can leave it alone. You're on my mind. Already gave.
Hi, baddies. Hello, hello. Come be the man I need. Hello, hello. Wonderful. He's not as sweatshirt. No, it's warmer out. Hello. Hi, friends. How are we? Be the man I need. Hello, hello. Talk to me. I did, Chloe. Yeah. I did. In and out. Okay. Happy Tuesday, guys. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Let me turn the volume down a little bit. Hello, hello. How are we? It is one of the Lego art pieces. Yes. Yeah, Moonlight. It's the wave one. It's the wave one. I want to get the galaxy one day. I love that galaxy one a lot. Happy 420. Oh, graceful. Hopefully, finals went okay. I can't believe it's like final season. I guess it's May, so that makes sense. It has been a long week. Taco Tuesday, Cinco de Mayo, yeah. Renovation project for Boston. Ooh, Randy, that's cool. I'm on air. Sorry, I'm just checking. Guys, is my mic really loud, or is that does it sound normal? It's like it's really high on my end, but I didn't change anything, so I'm like clocked. Be the man that I need, baby. I think it sounds normal. Okay, does she sound good? Okay. I mean, if it sounds normal, slay. It's like being weird on my audio thing, so I was like clocked. But hey, what can you do? Oh, no, I have a candle lit. It's pouring rain here right now. It's quite literally pouring rain, which is kind of depresso espresso, but it's fine. I did go outside and go for a walk, so welcome in yesterday. And thank you for the subs, by the Dragon. Thank you, Just Like Dragon. And JV, thank you guys. Thank you. I did go for a walk yesterday, yeah. I ended up walking to my dad's house and had dinner at my dad's house and then walked back. So I didn't do like a crazy walk, but oh my God, your power's out. Wait, that's crazy. It's snowing here. Insane. I don't know why on I must be in Celsius because my forecast says it's like 11 degrees, but it's not 11, it's 70 degrees. I'm like, girl, what's going on? Your dad, yes. Yeah, I went and saw my dad yesterday. Yeah, it's been out since 10:30. Oh my gosh. Because of a storm or just because? Just for shits and giggles? But no, I'm glad you guys are here. I do hope you're having a good day. I'm having an all right day. I'm like, trying to really realign everything. I had my med consult this morning, so we're changing more of my medications that I'm on. If you guys know that journey that I've been on. So that is happening. That is happening as of this morning. I'm no longer, as of tomorrow, hopefully, I will no longer be on Adderall to try it out for a week. And I'm going on to Ritalin, baby. So we're trying that out for those who are in the ADHD community and know those things. We're swapping over to two new things. We're trying Ritalin. So we're taking myself off of Adderall. So that was that's what I had the morning doing. I had a little consult this morning. But I was swapping to, yes, my med consult, she's amazing. Like, she's so perfect. So it's your birthday. Wait, Abby, happy birthday. Can we get some happy birthdays in the chat first? Happy birthday, baddie. Happy birthday. I'm good, Momo. Happy birthday. No, so she only gave me a week's worth of the of the new medication, and I'm meeting her again on Tuesday, and she gave me steps. She was like, if for some reason this is not feeling good, she's like, just stop it. She's like, I'd rather you just stop and go back to what you normally do. It is not extended release, no. Go back to what you normally do, then it like effing you up. She's like, if there's side effects you can deal with the side effects. But she's like, if it is something that is like not working for you, then stop it immediately and go back to what you were doing. So I really love it because she was like, we're doing a week's worth. We're doing a week's worth only. And we're meeting again on Tuesday. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go through and give it a shot. So that's what we're starting with. The reason that I'm on, basically the reason that they want me to go on to Ritalin and not anything else, is because of the way my body digests medication. So Adderall is like, she compared it to me today. She was like, Adderall's like a fist, baby. And when you take Adderall, it automatically can hit it's very fast release, automatically hits your system. But even the XR for you, it releases too fast. And then we talked about Vyvanse, what is it called? Vyvanse or whatever it is, whatever the fuck it's called. Vyvanse is basically like if Adderall had like a cover over the top of it and eventually the cover is taken off. So it's a slower, longer lasting thing, but my body also would process that differently. And so the last one was Ritalin, which is neither of those types of medications. And so we're trying that instead, and it's short acting. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We shall see. Baddies, how that goes. So that I start tomorrow, which I'm nervous but excited about. So that's my big update. Yeah, I honestly told my insurance, I was like, I will fight my insurance tooth and nail. I will do whatever I need, if I have to pay out of pocket for it, whatever at this point. So we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, it's short lasting for me because of the way that my body digests things. So that's my big update. That is the big update from me. And what I had this morning. I also had to run around and do some errands outside of the house, so that was kind of crazy. But otherwise, we're gonna play some Fortnite today. I just kind of want to chill and do Fort today. I say chill as if it's not gonna be the sweatiest games possible. But I just feel like I want to do more I know we got to do Tomodachi Life, but we'll probably do that maybe tomorrow. No, I did not get any Pokemon cards. No, I'm holding out. You know, I was a kid. I need to get back on my HD meds again. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I didn't start till I was an adult, of course, but yeah, so that's the tea, that's the shade. I'm trying to think of anything else right now. I don't have much to say other than that. I went for a nice walk today. Again, it's another beautiful day. I want to so I have like a little seating area. Like a little seating area. I've been looking into setting out a little, I don't know, outdoor area for myself. So crazy at my apartment. So I was I went to Lowe's this morning too and looked at their outdoor furniture, which is so fucking expensive. My God, it's like $800 for a goddamn chair. I was like, okay, I'll go buy I'll just bring my chair from inside outside. Like, my God, when I want to. Hello? I was like, this is insane. I was like, my God. Stupid. I was like, that's insane to me. So that I also did that this morning. But basically, my apartment has a flat. So there's we have two apartments, my apartment and then my neighbor who's directly across from me. And there down the hallway, there's an outdoor, I wouldn't say it's a patio, but it's a flat roof, if that makes sense. A little flat roof, basically. So it's there's right now there's there's a grill out there because my neighbor grills sometimes. And there's nothing else out there though. But I was like, you know what? Maybe I get I don't know, maybe set up a little outdoor seating area. Hex, thank you for the 10 months. I gave it to Liz. I know, Chloe. $6 lunches from Walmart. Yeah. I forgot. My mom also has old lawn furniture, so I was like, maybe I'll just take some of her old one. She bought new lawn furniture this year, so I have some old ones too. Hammock, yeah. I just want something where I could if I yesterday, for example, it was a beautiful day out and I went for a walk, but I was like, I also would love to sit and read right now. You know what I mean? Sitting and reading for a little bit would be so nice, because it was outside. So I was like, it would be really great if I could get a little, I don't know. So a hammock. I don't know if I want to lay down on a hammock. I never liked a hammock. I'll be real. I went into a couple of hammocks before. I don't really like them. I feel like I'd fall apart. You could still side with us. Yes. The only thing is I couldn't show my location. I'd have to somehow set it up where you guys would not be able to see the street that I live on. Girl, hammocks are scary. I know. Hi, hell yeah. How are you? They're scary. They're scary. Scary Berry. Hi, Emily. Check Wayfair. Okay, yeah, I have some furniture. I got some furniture from Wayfair. I feel like, I don't know, forever and a moon ago, I got some furniture from Wayfair. But anyway, so I was looking at that because I was like, it'd be nice to have like a little outdoor, I don't know, an outdoor set, you know? I'm just drinking water right now. I did have a coffee earlier. I'm very tired this morning. My appointment was at 8 a.m. this morning, and I had to drive 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back. So a girl, once again, set herself up for failure because why do I keep making these appointments at 8 a.m. as if it's a good idea for myself? Why do I keep setting myself up for these stupid-ass 8 a.m. appointments? I just cannot. I don't know why I keep doing that to myself, but it's okay. Hydrated girly, we love it. Yeah, hydrated baby, as Addison Rae would say. You're seen on time early. Yeah, I'm like, why did I do this to myself? But you know, that's what it is. You're breaking your routines at least. Yeah, I guess so. I guess a little bit. Yeah, so I don't know. It was a good, but I'm excited to try this new stuff. We'll see how it goes. So the rest of this week, baddies, bear with me in case anything does go on when I start this new medication. If it's gonna make me could be one or two things: amazing, awful, or just fine. You know, you just plant some flowers. I love that. I just got I got the bench that was I told you guys about that bench that I got a couple of weeks ago when I went to like that card show or whatever. I found that bench in that really big department store or whatever. So I just got that bench put in my apartment and I put some plants on it. I want to get some more though. Do you all have a Home Depot? No, we just have a Lowe's here where I live. We have a Lowe's. No Home Depot. Nearest Home Depot I think is like an hour away probably if I went to Home Depot. An hour-ish, give or take. Yeah. So that's the full tea there. Otherwise, I started another book last night. I'm really in my reading era right now, and the second book of that nasty ass Butcher and Blackbird comes today from Amazon. So I got books on the way. Hi Mia, how are you? I got books on the way, which is kind of exciting, I guess. So we'll be I got that coming. What else? I feel like I don't have another big update. I mean, we were just since yesterday. This Sunday, guys, we will not be live, by the way, this Sunday. Or I'm not planning to go live because it's Mother's Day. Mother's Day is on Sunday. So I am not planning. Liz, thank you for the sub. Oh my God, guys, thank you. We're just almost to hyped right now. It is 3-month streak. It is it's almost Mother's Day. So I gotta figure out what I'm gonna get for my mom. I have no idea what to get her. I gotta figure that out. That's something I have not even thought about. What are your plans for your mama? So my brother's coming home. So my brother is okay. So here's the tea. The book you finished? Absolutely not. Part 2 again? I know. So my brother is coming home, and so we're doing like half because my brother's birthday was May 1st. So we're doing like half my brother's birthday, half my Mother's Day for my mom on Sunday. So we're doing like both of those things at the same time on Sunday. So I'm not really sure yet what the full plan is. I got to talk to my brother and see. Just some great little mac and cheese. No. I'll get her like an actual gift. I just don't know what I want to do. 25% Cinco. Yeah, and also a little bit of Cinco de Mayo as well. Wait, that's cute though. By the way, I'm still crocheting, guys. I got to keep crocheting this. When tickets to ScalpCon are live, please. Yes, I will let you know. Guys, I also tweeted out about wanting to... girl, wait, what happened? Oh my God, hello? Sorry, my yarn broke. Wait, what happened? Sorry, I'm like looking at my yarn breaking. That's weird. ScalpCon, yeah, literally. Somebody blamed me of being a scalper when I said I wanted to start selling Pokemon cards. I was like, okay, damn. Like, okay, damn. You got your mom Titanic. Oh my God. Okay, Kayla. Damn. Good daughter. What the freak? What the hell? Girl, huh? I know. So like scalpers. I was like, you guys, this is stupid. I think the guy was just trying to rage bait me. I mean, it didn't really work, but he was just trying to rage bait me on Twitter. I went on his page and he said, you don't play the game, then you're a scalper. That's so funny. The least here's, oh, it's so crazy. Dover's Part 2 movie tickets. I don't think she'd want that. I don't think she would. I think she would I'll probably get her something knitting related. I don't know. I gotta ask her. Sometimes I just ask her too and I'm like, what do you want? I know that's sometimes like maybe not the best thing, but I sometimes I just want to ask people what they want, and I just want them to tell me. You know what I mean? You know what? Like, obviously, I want to like put thought into gifts, and I think it's cute when people put thought into gifts. But my mom is very, very particular, and so she will be like, "Oh, I love this," but then I know that she wants very specific things. So I'm like, "What do you want?" Like, just tell me what you want, and I will get you something. You know what I mean? A kitchen appliance because that's what she wanted. I love that. I'm like, please, yeah. It's just like, I got mom 2 grandkids. Well, my mom will not be getting those on Mother's Day. I make her a painting. I love that. Or cute. She's very high maintenance. Yeah. What about a KitchenAid or a vacuum? Girl, what are you saying, Age? That women belong in the kitchen or cleaning? What are you saying? Damn. No, I'm kidding. Are you an only child? No. I have a biological brother, and then I have several step siblings because both my parents are remarried. Both my parents are remarried. My mom hates jewelry. My mom is like very earthy, not like hippie, but like down to earth, knitting, hiking, very liberal, very a little crunchy. She has sheep. She loves her sheep. Like, she's very much Casey, you know what? I don't know if she ended up getting that or not, because my aunt was going to get her one of those bird feeders with the camera. I was going to ask her for that. The main idea from stuff around it. Yeah. I want sheep. Crunchy. Love her. Sheep. Yes. Yeah. She has sheep. Maybe a sheep to knit. Does she make her own wool? Yeah. She makes her own yarn from the wool. That's why she has the sheep. My mom she also has 6 chickens. Like, she's got that's her life, you know? It's so funny, the people who actually don't know my mom, because my mom has been on my stream a ton of times. But it's because she just haven't been on in so long since I've moved. Since she hasn't been on. Well, we did the Christmas thing. We did the cookie decorating. Cookie Streams a holiday. Yeah, she's an icon. Yeah. I want to do more stuff with her for sure. So resourceful. She's very busy. Her yarn is not the type of yarn I would use, because like the yarn that I use is cheap, not cheap, but like it's acrylic yarn that's chunkier for like stuffed animals. Her yarn is for like like she knits sweaters. Like her whole she knits sweaters. Like she's clothing. My mom is that's what she knits. Like she does clothing. Like, you know, she just finished a like, I don't even know, like this like vest for the summer that she knit. She's all clothing. So my mom is very much in that world. Oh my God, why do I have a cough? Hello. Sustainable algae yarn. Oh, that'd be cute. I don't think there's any near us. Unforge. Full on textiles. Yeah. I mean, I kind of know what she'd like if I were to get her something. Hi, how are you? Does she make her own patterns? She follows patterns, but she also makes her own. Yeah. She's like guys, like she's like a real, like, you know, some people are like, I knit, but they don't actually knit. My mom is like she's like a real knitter, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, she's like really, like, she's built her life around it. Like she doesn't buy, well, the yarn that she buys is not her yarn. Like, she doesn't buy yarn from Michael's. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't buy yarn she won't buy yarn anywhere. The only yarn that she buys is from like small businesses that cost, like, the yarn is like $300 fucking for a skein of yarn. And I'm like, that's insane. But like, so like her sweaters are all like $600 because she literally, you know, buys this yarn that's insanely expensive. New knitting tools. She has, trust me, she's got, like, my mom has top of the line. Anything you could imagine knitting related, she has top of the line everything. Like, there's nothing I could get her knitting related that is better than what she has. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, everything that she owns knitting related is like best of the best, 100%. She did have a Etsy for a while, but here's the thing, people don't realize how much money like actual quality knitting is. So people will like go to like markets and stuff and see like a knitted sweater and be like, why is this $500? But like the yarn itself costs $400. Like, it's a very expensive very expensive thing to do. Very expensive. Yeah, and the skill, yeah, it's like very expensive. It's crazy. Big bad girly pop oopsie. Ooh, what is it? What's your big bad girly pop oopsie? Top quality. J. Louise, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you. Yeah, high skill. High skill. It takes, yes. I mean, when my mom knits, sorry, I got, why do I keep getting all these random ass messages? Every time I start my stream, it's like, boop, immediately. Yay, okay, perfect. So I do have, I was able to get my meds, the new meds. She was having trouble filling the prescription, so that's good. So I'm gonna have to, not end stream early, but I'm gonna have to end stream to go pick that up. They close at 7, so we'll end at like 6:30 or something. So I can go grab that. I did see that mall. But what was she in? Was she in? I don't even know what she was in right now. Just Time Alone? Yeah. Yeah, the curls are very curly today. It's because of the weather. It's the weather, guys. It's because it's all over the place. Leave us some words on stream again. No, I actually don't have my car right now. I don't have my car right now. My mom had to borrow my car. Was she in Chast? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. But I don't think, don't revivals not get nominated? Or wait, what's the well, I can't remember. There's a rule with revivals. I think it's like a year. There's a certain year. So maybe it wasn't eligible. I don't even know. Did you look at all them? I looked at some of them. I'm going to be real. Kira, how are you? Thank you for the follow. Love your streams, Batty. I looked at some of the Met outfits. I'm going to be real with you. Color me unimpressed. Color me unimpressed with some of them. Color me unimpressed. That's all I'm going to say. I thought the theme, I have up here too. I love it. I didn't look at all of them, so I didn't see Sabrina's. I only saw like ones that were on Twitter that popped up for me. Here's what I'll say. Color me unimpressed. The men were so boring. I was like, they were just wearing leather. I was like, okay, kinky. I was like, okay, kink. But like, they were just wearing leather fits. I was like, okay. And everyone was like stunned by the leather. And I was like, okay. I was like, go to a bathhouse on a Tuesday night. You'll see that. You'll see 8 guys wearing that. That ain't special, honey. I was like, that ain't special. Felt like a body shirt. Yeah. On Millionaires, I know, crazy. I need to look at, I haven't looked at all of them. I'll be real with you. I only saw like 4 or 5 outfits, maybe a few more than that. So I didn't look at everybody, but the ones I did saw, I was like, nah. I feel like the men are always, I want the men to go all out. Didn't Sarah Paulson wear $1 over her eye? I was like, okay. Shelby! I don't know. That to me was crazy. I was like, what did we do? What is that? I was like, okay, queen. It was a comment, but she's the 1%. Like the call is from inside the house. The call is from inside the house. I love Sarah Paulson. I think she's fabulous. But like, girl, I didn't see Emma's. I didn't see Sabrina's yet. I haven't seen it yet. And then who was it? Oh God. Nicole Kidman wore a red dress and someone asked her how it related and she goes, red is in a lot of art. And I was like, okay. Her mind, brilliant. I was like, okay. I don't know. I just was hoping for like, I don't know. It just was very unthrilling to me from what I saw. I'm going to be real. I hate that it's on a Monday afternoon. Monday afternoon is so weird. Monday afternoon is so weird for it. You know what I mean? Now, here's what I will say about the Met Gala. I know a lot of people hate it, but the Met Gala does a lot of, it's very important because it does do a lot of charity work. Like the work that they do and how they source things, it is all very, very ethical. And they do a lot of, it's a lot of reach out and donation and charity. So obviously the rich are, you know, whatever, but the Met Gala in itself and the way that they operate, the only thing is the Jeff Bezos shit, of course. Meh. But they do a lot. The Met Gala does a lot for it. It's actually very critical. Yeah, it's a very good thing. Do celebrities pay to get in? You have to get invited, I believe. You have to get invited, I think. I mean, obviously, I think you pay a little bit. They pay quite a bit. The brands pay a lot, and they have to get their outfits have to get approved. Yeah, it's like $100,000 for a ticket, I think. Yeah. Yes, the museum it pays so much for youth art programs. Yeah, there's like so much. I agree with you there, Kitsch. Yeah, I agree with you. But there is a lot. If you look into like I was watching a video about because someone was like, because obviously there were a lot of people who were like upset about Amazon and Jeff Bezos or whatever. But there was a great video that I saw on TikTok about my brain working. What the Met does for like the world. And there's a lot. Yeah, I think it's the brands. Yeah. Which I guess makes sense a little bit. It's rough. Rich people have always been the biggest patron of the arts, so nuance. Yeah, it's a very new. I think it is a very nuanced thing. Unfortunately, I mean, it is like a thing. My favorite thing was, and I know a lot of you guys said this, and I say it too, when people were like observing from District 12, and I saw a tweet that was like, "Girl, no, you're not observing from District 12. You're sitting in your very nice 2010 car with an iPhone 17 Plus and a Starbucks on your way to Target. You are not in District 12." I was like, okay, noted, clocked, true. And it was like, that's more like District, maybe District 5 for... We're not at District 12. Yeah. I mean, some days it feels like it, but yeah, no, I thought that was fun. I saw a tweet about that and I thought that was very funny. But yeah, some of the fits just seemed very to me. I did like what's his faces from Heated Rivalry. I did like his fit quite a bit. And the makeup he had on. I liked his. I can't remember his name right now off the top of my head. Hudson. Yeah, the not Russian. The not Russian one. I can't remember their names. Hudson, yeah. I didn't really like Ilias, whatever his actor's name is. Shane? Connor? What are their names? I don't know their names. I didn't really like Connor's fit. It just seemed like he was wearing a blouse. Which I was like, okay. I was like, okay. I don't know. I was like, okay, blouse. Yeah, I did too. Yeah, I didn't think. Yeah, I was like kind of okay. Shane is Hudson and Ilias Connor. Okay, yeah, I like Shane's fit. I know. No, I'm talking about their fits only. I like Shane's fit a lot. I liked his makeup too. I didn't see Kylie Jenner. Again, I haven't looked at all of them yet. I should probably go through and actually like look at them. But I also am like, I don't know. I did. What Selena Gomez's was interesting because wasn't it like a reference back to her old? Oh my God, Majestic, to her old. What was it? It was like from Wizards of Waverly Place or something. I was so confused. I saw like maybe that wasn't real, and I was just scrolling on Twitter and saw that. I saw that last night when I was in bed. To look as you view them, I mean, we can look at some of them. Let's see. Help my brain. Met Gala looks 2026. I also need to see. Hold on. Okay. See all the looks. All right. Let's look real quick. Show us Patty. Okay. We'll do a quick look. Hi, Geico. Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, I did love this. Okay, girl. Like these are Cardi B's a little crazy, but love these. I actually like this pink suit a lot. Love that. Girl, can I see the pictures? I don't mind Rihanna's, but it's a little like I'm looking at like, I don't even know, a bauble, I guess. A bauble. I actually like this a lot. I actually like this quite a bit. Girl, that's a vulva. It's a Brocky. I like this look quite a lot. I love it when we don't do like traditional, you know. Now, I mean, fabulous. Fabulous. The only thing I don't like is the headpiece. The only thing I don't like is the headpiece. The headpiece feels like kind of like a little, I don't know. It looks like a Pokeball. I think the headpiece could be different in a way, but the rest of the fit, I love. Yeah, the headpiece feels a little weird to me. The rest I like. Girl, please. What? Kim, I'm sorry. That's a no from me. You're gonna poke somebody's eye out, girl. You're gonna poke somebody's eye out, okay? You're gonna poke somebody's eye out. Yeah. Again, I don't know. Fine. Whatever. Again, love this. Only thing I didn't love, the makeup's a little weird. Not that I don't love that he did makeup. I think the makeup actually is fabulous. But like, I don't know if it matches the like, I just don't know if this makeup look, like the reds match, because he has like red here, matches the overall look. Oh my God, why am I coughing? Hello? I'm dying. Hi, Fox, how are you? Yeah, he is very attractive. The red looks a little weird to me, I think. Like, I think if it was both this color or just match the fit a little bit better, I'd be like, yeah, but I like this fit a lot. This is giving, I'm sorry. This is giving office worker, like CEO girl boss office worker, substitute teacher, 100%. Like, literally, I think I have seen like women who work, you know, on a sales call, like very much this fit. Office siren. I like the cape though. No. I mean, no. Gag me. Gaw. No. No. For me, no. I don't know. Now, Cher, I love you, girl. Cher can never do no wrong in my world. But what are we wearing? Cher, what are we wearing? Like, I love Cher down bad. Cher's my idol. But like, I don't understand this, like the midriff, like, and then this like fabric. I don't quite understand. And it's like a jacket, but also a corset. It just feels like there's too much going on. It feels like there's too many things going on and there isn't any sort of like cohesiveness. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like there's a million things happening. Don't hate. I'm going to be, don't hate. Maybe cultural appropriation, but don't hate. Don't hate. I don't. It's all right. I love the art on it. I love the like the very, very, you know, though I think the theme is supposed to be like the art pieces here. Like, she's supposed to be like basically draped in a work of art, I think. It's giving Moo. Okay. Get this twink out of here. Get this twink out of here. Please. Jeans at the Met Gala. Jeans. At the Met. And honestly, the hair is crazy. I'm sorry, he's a blonde twink. Absolutely not. The jeans be wild. Gorge. It's very simple, but gorge. Love, actually. Love. Love, actually. Eats. Eats. No. Looks like a curtain. Don't hate it. I think the sleeves are what make me... I don't know. Moving on. Don't hate. Don't hate. Don't hate. That's Lynn Rose Toy's dress. Cinched. Okay, corset, cinched waist. I don't mind the jacket, but it's a little. I feel like it's not tailored to him well. I actually feel like the fit is not bad, but it's almost too cinched. I think. Like, I know this man is ready to burst at the seams. Fashion is art. Yes. I also think fashion is art is yeah, that's the theme. I don't, girl. What do we do? Hello. Too simple. Love the tie. Too simple of a look. I mean, fine. Whatever. I actually, okay. Here's what I'll say on this. I am glad. Here's what I will say. Here's what I will say on this look very specifically. Okay. Here's what I'll say on this look very, very specifically. I am glad that like we need pop art because like that's the thing is I was worried that all of the Met Gala looks would be like Victorian era, you know, Aristotle, Da Vinci, you know, like that type of like very European old art. I like the idea of, and like Italian art. I love the idea of like, I don't know why I said Aristotle, not even an artist, whatever, but you get what I mean. I like the idea of having things that are like this, which is like pop art a little bit. The look, though, not great. I'm afraid. What's the? I don't even know what the front looks like. I don't even know what that is. Fucking, I love her. Oh my god, she is. I can't stop looking at her. Every time I see from Devil Wears Prada 2, she is stunning. Oh, she's stunning. Her looks in Devil Wears Prada 2. I mean, just her like overall aura. Ugh. I mean, just stunning. Stunning through and through. Yeah, like I love her. No, this feels like I understand what they were trying to attempt here, but it looks like a felt, I don't know. And the hair, like I know it's like a ocean siren thing. Yeah. No, not bad. Fine.
Bombastic side eye.
Hi, Georgia.
Criminal offensive side eye.
I mean, listen, Sarah, I love you, girl. I love you so much. She's one of my favorite actresses of all time. But what are we doing? What are we looking at here? You know what I mean? What are we looking at here? What are we doing? What are we doing? Don't hate this. Actually, don't hate this. Quite love the color on this. It's like a commentary on wealth, basically. I like this a lot, actually. Don't hate this. Again, I'm looking for more extravagance. Like, it's always like the big hits that I just feel like are missing in execution. You know what I mean? And like, this is one. I actually feel like it would have been better without the hat and the cane or whatever, but maybe without the like coat. You know what? It is washing him out a lot too. Yeah. You know, fine. Simple. Giving like Oscars look, I guess, a little bit. Girl, but okay. Fine. She's stunning. Don't know. I love the dress, actually. I think it's stunning. Don't know if it fits the theme by any means, but love the dress. I think the dress is stunning. I think the dress is stunning. Don't know if it fits the theme by any means, but I think the dress is stunning. If this was tailored better to his body, absolutely. Absolutely. I also actually kind of wish it was silver. I kind of wish that the detailing was silver. You know what I mean? Not just a darker shade of blue. I also don't know who this is. I have never seen this man in my life. I have no idea who he is. I'm going off of the look alone. I have no idea who this man is. Oh, he's a football player. That's why I don't know who he is. Love the idea. Don't know if I don't know. Quarterback for the Bengals. Oh, what a weird team. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Too simple. I mean, this is nothing. This is like nothing, you know. Again, not bad, fine. I don't know. I mean, gorgeous, sexy. Don't hate. Very tailored very well to his body. He's gorgeous. Who is this guy? I don't know who he is. I have no idea who this man is. But again, the theme. Now, they did my girl. Angela Bassett is a queen. They did her girl. So dirty here. I'm going to be real. I don't like this fit at all. Angela Bassett did the thing. I don't like this fit at all. That shade of pink is not, it's not that it's not her color. I just don't think that this dress is her. You know? Like this like almost like fringy whatever here. Yeah, like almost like a prom dress a little bit. You're very frumpy again. Wait, what the fuck? That's Bad Bunny? Girl, what the fuck am I looking at? I was so confused. I was like, who is this? Why? Wait, what's the commentary? What's the commentary there? I was like, wait, I actually don't know who this is. The Art of Aging? Okay. I mean, I don't hate it. Aging is art. But I do feel like there's probably a better way to represent that theme than putting on prosthetic makeup. You know what I mean? Like, I would have loved to have seen maybe a piece that was like centered around actual people, you know, and that, you know. Madonna, please, girl. And the fucking bugle horn. The bugle horn is what's killing me. I know, I saw the hands too. The bugle horn is what's killing me. I mean, I don't hate it. I get it's like a ship siren type thing. I don't know. That's why I like it, because it's actually based on an art piece. The horn is funny. I like that it's based, like, that's what I wanted. Is I would love to have seen more things that were based on like art pieces, but not just like old art piece. Like, I would have loved to have seen stuff that was like from today. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, whatever. Fine. Love her. I mean, I love the dress. Just theme. Like, this is the thing, is they're just like white and black dresses. And it's like, okay, fine. You know, actually don't hate this. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't hate this dress. I actually don't hate this one. You guys don't like her? Wait, should I not like her? I don't know who to like and not like. I don't know. Why don't we like her? I have no idea why we don't like her. She's the worst? Wait, why? I don't know. I know nothing. I mean, I know wasn't she rude to interviewers or something? I know that bit. She's a dick. Okay. I mean, I will say I love the fit though. Do you have 3 to 4 hours? Oh, okay. See, I don't know. I really only know the interviewer thing. I don't know. She's a woman in Hollywood. Classic Mary. But I do like the fit. I'm gonna be real. I do think it fits her very well. I don't know the sexual. I'll have to look into that later. I actually do like this fit a lot. I think it matches her. Just her, like the color is great for her skin tone. No, I didn't, Jen. I have literally. This is the thing. I don't keep up with some of those things, you know. But I do love this. I actually like that fit. Her fake's fine. Oh, you guys don't like her. Now, I actually like this. Yeah, I'm looking at this only from the lens of what they're wearing, not them as people, not them as like I'm looking strictly at the fits, you know what I mean? I actually really quite like this. Yeah, it's like a statue. Yeah. No. I don't hate. I mean, it's a pretty dress. No. Now, Angela Bassett, and now this is what the type of dress I think Angela Bassett should have worn. Like, if I was thinking of a dress in pink, this is what I would think for Angela Bassett. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I would think. I wouldn't think whatever that, 8th grade prom dress was. I have no idea who she is. Oh, this is Tate McRae. That's funny. I actually like this dress a lot. I actually think she looks stunning. I love the like flowery or feather here. Love that. I actually think it's very stunning. Yeah, I do wish I was giving it a little something else. Yeah, but I like it. Again, I like when we try and do something adventurous. I kind of like this, actually. I kind of vibe with this. Now, the shoes look at the shoes though. Guys, look at the shoes. Those are funny. The shoes are actually like, what are we looking at here with the shoes? Like the 3 toes peeking out type thing. I know it's supposed to be like it's water. I hear her hair was dripping wet. I'm sure they were just obviously misting it all the time. Yeah, those shoes, there's no way those were comfortable. I mean, absolutely no way those shoes were even remotely comfortable. There's just no way. Kiki girl, I love you, but girl, what are we wearing? Kiki. No. Love. Actually. Love. That's the bold I like. Theme 8. Yeah, for me, love. Not for everybody, but theme 8. I'm interested there's no jewelry or anything, but that's my only thing. Love Emily Blunt. I don't know. I don't hate. I don't love. I feel like I'm in a mid-medium on this. But nah. Love. Actually love. Don't know if I love the pants. Love the top. I mean, I fucking love him. You know. Other closet. Yeah. Now, Heidi always goes crazy. I had to look to see if it was Heidi because I saw that and I was like, is that Heidi Klum? This is what I actually like this. I do. Hi, Luke. I actually like this a lot. This is camp. Okay, Heidi, Halloween 2026. Like, this is what I want to see. You know what I mean? Oh, I know it took like 10 hours to do. I mean, I love. The only thing is the eyes are crazy. Every time, all of her costumes, her eyes go insane. I don't know what the makeup department does with her eyes, but every time I see her in one of her costumes, the prosthetics, whatever they do with her eyes, they look like otherworldly. You know what I mean? That's the only thing. Yeah, they like scramble her eyes weirdly. If I am, that makes sense. But I actually love this a lot. I really do. I really do. Love. Love. Oh, love. One of my favorites, actually, I think. So far. One of my favorites, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Love. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah. Love. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, the only thing is she barefoot? I get the idea of the bare feet. Maybe shoes. But love. Girl, I mean, okay. Skims. Skims advertisement. Next. Okay, Salem Witch Trials. Okay, Salem Witch Trials. Grim Reaper-esque. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Her face card is insane. Makeup, gorge. Hair, gorge. I actually don't hate it. I like stuff like this. I love when it's executed well. Like this fits well on her. Like, okay, this versus Cardi B, that's what I mean. You know what I mean? Like Cardi B's is so doesn't look anything like anything. This looks like it was made for her, you know? Okay, no. Rachel girl. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Don't hate. But very simple. High chocolatey. Don't hate, actually. Don't hate this. Is it? I think I know what painting it is. I remember what painting. Oh, yeah. I know what painting, I think. Yeah. I don't hate it. I actually quite like this. I can't. Is she holding is that a purse or a ball? Wait, or is she pregnant? I'm sorry, I can't tell. Is she pregnant? I don't know her. I don't know her. She's pregnant? Okay. I couldn't tell if she was holding something in front of her or if she was pregnant. It just blends all together. It blends all together. I do actually like the fit a lot. I just could not tell if she was holding something or if it was her stomach. Because it really does all just blend into the dress. Hi, Mallard. It really all I do like, though. Oh my God, how many are there? There's so many. Fine. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. No. Cruella DeVille. It's not Disney theme. Love. Yeah. Yeah. Love. Love. Again, a lot of these feel like very Roaring 20s vibe, which I'm like, okay. But love. Don't think the shoes go well with the fit, though. But love. Wait. Love. Oh, really love. I love this. Oh, I love this. SZA, yeah. I think Doechii and SZA right now are like the top two for me. And kind of Heidi Klum. I know it's crazy. But yeah, this, love. I can't tell. Okay, leg. Again, it just doesn't feel like it's styled for her. You know what I mean? This is the thing. I think a lot of these dresses and fits that they're wearing are not styled right to them. You know? Margot, girl, what are we doing? Like, what is this? Now, you know what? I love this, actually. I love this. I do. Hi, Madison, guys. Welcome. We're looking over the Met Gala stuff. We're playing some Fortnite. I actually love this quite a bit. I like it. Might not be for everybody, but I like it a lot. Did you, Madison? I don't know. Not bad. I don't understand the makeup look. No, you guys don't like that? Okay, we'll move on from that. Actually love. Oh, wait. I don't know who this is, but I love this. Twinkie. That's Irving. See, this is what Troye Sivan should have been wearing instead of fucking jeans. Who is she? I know. I love Hunter Schafer. I think this is, this gives me Sunday in the Park with George, Surratt painting. I mean, it gives, and honestly, after last week's Euphoria episode, kind of actually goes along with that. That's which is so funny. But I actually love this. No. Don't hate, don't love. I'm going because there's still a bunch left, and I want to make sure we, don't spend the whole day doing this. No. Bubble, baby. Bubbles? Is it Bubbles? Oh, okay. No. Skims. Girl, what the fuck? I mean, this is just a TJ Maxx. This is like a Ross dress for less. That's a Ross dress for less. What is the pattern? It doesn't even look like good fabric. It doesn't even look like good fabric, though. I don't hate the pattern, but I hate the fabric looks cheap to me. This is Prada? Oh, my God. I love Carey Mulligan. I like this. Love Julianne Moore? No. Love this. Fine. Stevie, I love you, girl. But, I'm going to choose the ad guys for a little bit so we can keep looking. I don't know. Yeah, like that's her concert look. Like she wears that hat all the fucking time. I don't think so. Love how this is like, okay, wait. Oh, it's not even her arm. Oh. But love. Yeah, that's stunning. Normal, whatever. Is that what's his face from White Lotus? Who got jerked off by his brother? Is that who that is? Yes, okay. Cute, too simple. No? Oh, it's not him? Oh. Anytime I see her, I hate her. I actually hate her. There is no one I hate more, I think, in this world than I cannot stand Joey King I hate Joey King. I hate her. If there is somebody that I will always have beef with, it is Joey fucking King. I hate Joey King. I don't mind the fit actually, but I hate her. I don't know why. I have like this one-sided beef. I think she's just the worst actress ever. And every time I see her in something, I'm immediately enraged. I don't know why. I mean, I guess it's fine, but like I just can't. I have this like, I don't know. I have this non-real beef with her. No. Well, wait, it's Wires. I mean, I kind of love. I kind of love, actually. I get it. Don't hate. Love and understand. I think it's like a commentary on like AI, probably. Group culture. I was literally gonna say it looks like the fucking in Marvel Rivals. What's the tree thing that moves on what map? Whatever map that is. That's literally what I was thinking when I saw it. Krakoa. Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I saw it. I mean, fuck him raw, but who is that? Gore, but no, I mean not for Met Gala. Girl, what am I looking at here? Concept nice, don't love. No. No. I'm sorry. No. Wait, I can't tell where her waist is. This her waist or is this is it black on the sides? I mean, it's I don't know. Is it cat? I don't know. That's her waist. Damn. Okay. Gorge, but no. Not bad. Not bad. My little man. My little man. I love Marcelo. He's just a cutie patootie. He's such a cutie patootie. He's such a cutie. I mean, the fit's awful, but he's such a cutie patootie. I mean, he looks like he doesn't belong there, and I love him for that. The pants. He looks like he's not like nothing's fitting. He's so cute. No. 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 Okay, comforter. Yes. Y'all are going to judge me for this one. Yes. Y'all are going to judge me for this one. And I know we don't like it, but like, yes. I'm sorry. I don't hate. Love. Don't know what's going on back here in the background though. Who's that? What is this? But love. Oh. No, actually. For me. Don't like that's a little I don't like that. That's a no for me actually. You guys love? I don't like that one. I'll be real. Fortnite. What the? Bye. Not for this event. Girl. Kink. Kink shame. Kink shame. Kink shame.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye.
I know you guys loved everybody loved this fit. This is actually one that I don't like at all. It's giving gay pride. I don't like it at all. I don't know. I mean, I actually love the look of this. We didn't get to Emma Chamberlain. We looked at Blake Lively, which I did love Blake Lively's dress. I know people don't like Blake Lively, but I like the dress. It doesn't really fit the theme, but I like it. No. Love. Oh, love. Yeah, love. Oh, love. Yeah, absolutely. No. No. Oh, Gwendolyn. I love maybe. No. 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 Yes. Yes. A simple no. Yes. Not on theme, but yes. No. Yes. Love this. I actually love her hair. Her hair is stunning. I don't know. Who is this? I don't know who she is. Her hair is stunning. Yes. For me, actually. I love this color. The lilac, beautiful. The lilac's really quite gorgeous, isn't it? The lilac's really quite gorgeous, I think. Without the dog purse, yes. With the dog purse, no. Without the dog purse, yes. With the dog purse, no. You like the purse? The purse is giving TJ Maxx. You guys like the dog? It's part of the painting. I think that's the thing is I need to know the paintings too. No. Stunning. Oh my God, that neck piece. Gorgeous. Oh, damn, that's gorgeous. Love. No. Actually love. Actually love. Actually do love. I mean, it's Anna Wintour. I mean, I do love this look, actually. The queen herself. It's like mosaic. Yeah, I love. Steve Tron, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate it. No. My favorite thing is somebody asked her why red, and she literally said, she quite literally said, because red is in a lot of art. Red is in a lot of art. Fine. No. Stunning. Oh, I know what you mean now. Oh, absolutely. Oh, stunning. Oh, stunning. Yeah, that's gorge. That's what I love. Oh. No. There you go. I love that it's like Emma Chamberlain and then no. Well, there it is, baddies. There she is, the Met Gala. Hey, Gary, how are you? I like her and Doechii. I like Doechii a lot. Doechii and Emma, I think. And SZA. SZA, Emma, and Doechii were my three, I think. I think those were my three. I did like Blake Lively. I did like her look. But out of all of them, I actually think I like Emma's the best. That was actually beautiful. Oh, I liked Heidi too. Heidi was camp. It wasn't like a commentary. Heidi was camp. It was camp, which I love. She's always camp, you know. I like Sam Smith too. His was good. Yeah. Advocate 2 years, guys. Thank you for the subs. Holy cow. Thank you, baddies. I appreciate you. Heidi's ET costume. Yes. Guys, I might need to go grab a granola bar real quick. And then we'll start on TikTok. I got to grab a granola bar because my blood sugar is dipping a little bit. So give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab a granola bar. I'll be so fast. I'll be right back. 1 second, baddies. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, baddies. I'm back. Sorry, guys. My blood sugar is dipping a little bit. Was she the performance of the mat? I liked Sabrina's fit too. I did like Sabrina's fit too. I like both quite a bit. Well, there you go. Met Gala, baby. There she is. All right. Shall we, no, I didn't like Stevie's fit. No. I mean, that's what she just wears to every, I feel like it's every one of her concerts. That's just her fit. Like that top hat is every, I mean, I don't know. Hi, McKenna. Me too. Fortnite. Yeah, we're doing Fortnite today. Oh, my door's open. The wind opened it. As she is. I did like Hudson Williams. I did like his, actually. But now that I saw all of the male ensemble, I think my favorite was, oh my God, what's his name? With a really bright colored pattern checkered, almost like a sweater. A$AP Rocky was great too. Oh my God, what's his name? The actor. No, it's not Idris. Coleman Domingo, thank you, yeah. Oh, wait, I'm sending you so much love, Chocolatey. I think Coleman Domingo was my favorite out of all the men. Or all the male presenting. My least favorite, Troye Sivan. Girl, that was a mess. Girl, that was a damn mess. Just wear a suit at that point. Just wear a suit at that point. You know what I mean? That was a damn mess. Yeah, me and Clip Art, my blood sugar dipped a little bit. We're doing Fortnite today. I like Somber, yeah. I mean, he was hot, but like, I wasn't like... I wonder if it was sponsored by Calvin Klein. I don't know. Inspired by the drop of innocence into power. Wait, for Troy's? It's just a chocolate chip one. Me too, hell yeah. I'm good. For Hudson, okay. The only thing I didn't like on Hudson's fit, I loved the makeup, but I didn't love the makeup. It felt like it didn't fit. It clashed with his look. Like, I love the makeup that he had, but I feel like it clashed with the rest of the fit. Like, it didn't go. Swift, 14 months. Oh my God, thank you. I like his hair too. Let me start out Fortnite, guys. And look at going on TikTok. Let me start on Fortnite. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. That was fun. Hey, you know, spent the first hour stream doing that. Kind of cute though. 4 of the night. I didn't hate it. Here's my thing. I want more people to be like at the level that Emma Chamberlain and Heidi Klum and Doechii. Like, I need more of that at the Met. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need more of that level. And that was a podcast. It was actually. I liked it, Jaquie, yeah. That for me, I need that level, you know? Yeah, shout out to the mods. Thank you, Charlie, for saying that. Yeah, shout out to the mods. Yeah, I loved it. Heidi was camp. Heidi was camp through and through. I liked Heidi's fit quite a bit. I enjoyed it. Yeah, you got to stand out a little bit, you know? That's what you got to do. You got to stand out. You got to do it. Okay, guys, let me get set here. Let's switch over to the game screen. Because we're playing Fortnite. Guys, I'm so sweaty. Damn. Hello. She's a sweater today. She's a sweater today. Other news before we start. Hi, Cad. Sorry, guys, I'm like chewing. I'm trying to be quick. We do have the, yours around us. No, I'm just hot. We do have the TikTok campaign still going on. I don't know where we're at currently. I'll look when we start. We have our goals today. We may do some games with people today. We'll see. Hi, Hannah. And I'm starting new meds, guys, tonight. So I have to end early enough to go to the pharmacy again today. So we will be not ending not earlier than we usually do for the most part. Chocolatey, thank you for the sub. But I'm starting new meds, so I got to go pick them up. 6 months. That's crazy. Yeah, maybe like an hour early, like at 6 instead of 7. Although we've been kind of, since I've been starting at 1 o'clock, we've been ending around 6 usually anyways. Yeah, I'm starting new ones. It was great. It was great, Hannah. For those who are curious, I'm starting Ritalin instead of Adderall. So that's happening. So we'll see how that goes for us. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna see what happens. Yeah, we'll see how she does. Thankful, my doctor's great about it. They're like, we're doing I'm meeting her again in 5 days. It's a 5-day trial that we're doing, testing it out. If it vibes, it vibes. If it doesn't vibe, we switch, you know. And she was like, if it's really bad, just go back to your old meds. Don't try and like force it, you know. So we'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. And we'll see what tomorrow's stream is like. I don't know. I'm nervous to see how I feel tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what's, you know, but we'll try and do what we can. Anyways, let's start on TikTok, guys. So we can get rocking and rolling over there. And thank you guys for helping slay the goals. We're almost a third of the way through our goals for the day on TikTok or on Twitch. So thank you guys. And we'll get rocking and rolling. All right. All right. Let's start on TikTok, baddies. We're gonna start over there. And if I have everything set here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hi, Anna. Thank you for the biddies. Let's go. Bum bow now. Hello, TikTok baddies. Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Hi, Malia. How are you? Hi, Matt. for a native New Yorker. Thank you guys so much for being here, by the way. Don't forget your daily heart me's if you're coming in on TikTok too. They help so much. We are trying to get to 50 and you can only drop one per day. So let's get those rocking and rolling. Are you, Alex, can you do me a favor and screen record it and then go out and come back in if it fixes it? Would you do that for me? Would you be a such a slay person for that, Alex? That would mean a lot. TikTok is asking me to get like people's like evidence of it. If you are having audio issues with my mic, very specifically, and if it fixes when you come back in. If you come back in. Joe, thank you for the heart me. Faith, thank you for the heart me. Guys, welcome in. Hi, Lissa. Yeah, chocolatey, they do. But guys, welcome in. Hi, Joe. How are you? How are we? Happy afternoon. Guys, who's going to be our first follower on TikTok for the day? Who's going to be our first one? We're going to shout them out. Erica, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. And Alyssa, can we pin the 15K and 30 to start as well? Ribbit and A, thank you for the follows. It's only when you play the music. Oh, what's it giving you for the music? Wait, is it? Am I quieter though? Is that the T? Ribbit, thank you guys. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi, Casey. How are you? The knowing. Oh, okay, Daddy Dubs. Well. Sounds interesting. Okay, Alex. I don't think that's the thing for me. I'll have to look. Casey, I honestly haven't even started logging things in for it yet. You're so fine. You're so fine. So the screen recorder TikTok not working and she was like, how is that right? But yes, welcome on in. Happy Tuesday, guys. I hope you're doing well. Hi, Ash. Thank you guys for being here. Guys, we are still trying to get to 5 followers. We had 2 people unfollow from those 2 follows. So if you're scrolling by right now and willing to follow for a zesty bestie, let me introduce myself to you, okay? I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie, and this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
the intro. Hi, Nick Nack. How are you? I'm here for it. Thank you so much. And guys, we're going to show the next followers. We're trying to get to 5 followers if we can on TikTok. So if you're scrolling by right now and willing to follow a Zesty Bestie or say hello, we would love to have you. And don't forget your daily heart me's as we get started. Oh, I know, KB. I like it a lot. Mackenzie, thank you for the follow. I'm glad, Katie Bird. Kay, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Allie, thank you for the heart me. Thank you. Thank you. We are now, I know I keep saying like less than what we've gotten, but we are 4 followers away now from 5 followers. So thank you if you're joining in. Hi, Sebastian. How are you? Guys, I hope you guys are doing well and having a good Tuesday. We're doing Fort today to get us started. And we're just going to vibe out for the afternoon. We'll talk about the Met Gala. We watched a little bit. We are, Casey. Yes, we are. But I do ask folks, if you are staying on TikTok, please stay for at least like 10 minutes. Because otherwise, if you like go from purple to TikTok and then back immediately, it actually harms us really, really badly. Are you getting the Linda skin? I don't think so, Cozy, but I haven't decided. Oh, I thought Emma was the best, Hannah. Emma was my fave. Doechii and Emma were my top 2 out of all of them. Hi, Penguin. How are you? Tiana Taylor. Did we look at Tiana Taylor? I feel like we did, right? I can't remember. I love that, Ash. Emma was T, though. Emma was gorgeous. I actually loved Heidi Klum's look, too. I did love Heidi Klum's look as well. I know. Crazy enough. Kylie's outfit was whatever, you know. We did. Okay, I couldn't remember what it was. I can remember what it was. I actually did like, you got a new pet? What pet did you get? I actually liked Heidi. Emma Chamberlain, Devin, giving Uncle It from Adams. Oh, that was the Uncle It one. Yeah, it wasn't my fave. But guys, thank you for joining in. And if you're scrolling by the FYP and willing to leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie right up here, it would mean the world to this little gay boy. Okay, and I'll introduce myself to you as well.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, it's slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from ATL.
I liked Heidi's a lot. So welcome in. Thank you, guys. Guys, we're still 4 followers away from our follow goal. So we're going to shout the next 4 people who do leave a little follow for a baddie. Harper, we just started 8 minutes ago, but we start on purple always like an hour and a half beforehand, usually between 1 to 2 p.m. EST. Justine, Jess, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And 3, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. She's bald. She is bald. And guys, thank you for your heart me's. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for being here. Important question. Are you celebrating? I don't know, Chocolatey. Probably not. I'm cooking what I got at home. That's what I'm doing right now. The bald and the beautiful. That's me.
Now I'm bashful. I didn't know.
Never.
I'm bashful. Everyone say, don't be bashful, Laura.
Hello, home. How are you? Oh, yeah, we got Ashby ready to go. Always. I did shave my head once, guys. I will tell you guys, I did shave my head once, and I do have a perfectly round head. Just up here, okay? Stop it, you nasties. All right. I do have a perfectly round head. I did shave my head once. I did for the Addams family. All right. We need bald Vinny and wig Vinny. Yeah. I would never shave it again. Does it curve? Okay, Lindsay, you little freak. What the hell? Humble brag. Oh my God, she's bald. Maybe if you guys, maybe if you're lucky, I'll show it to you guys today. Maybe if you're lucky. Okay, but yes, we did. There actually was a transformation of me shaving my head. You were the brother. I was Uncle Fester. So I shaved my head when I was in the Addams family in college. When I was in the Addams family in college, I did shave my head. But do you want to know a cute little thing? I have a little mole right here. I was kicked out, Mochi. Can you believe it? Yes, I took it off for right now because I'm trying to test with TikTok. I do have a little mole right on the top of my head right here, though. So I do have a little tiny mole right in the very tippy top of my head that exists from my thing there. That's a commitment. I know. But baddies, we're trying to get to 5 followers on TikTok. We are 3 away. We're going to shout out the next 3 followers because people keep following and unfollowing, which hurts us so bad. So if you're scrolling by, leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie right now. I'll tell you who I am. I am your Zesty Bestie. They caught me stealing. I'm kidding.
It's Britney, bitch.
Rude. It's true, home. Megan! Unfortunately, it doesn't count, Megan. Mitchie, thank you for the follow. Innocent. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Unfortunately, unfollowing and refollowing actually does not count. So please don't do, if you cannot do that, be a slay. But I appreciate you. Lex, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Kicked out from what? My TikTok title today is I got kicked out of the Met Gala. I don't know why. I just thought it was funny. Okay, that's all. I just thought it was funny. I got kicked out of the Met Gala. for my title for my stream today. But guys, thank you for the harmonies. Let's hop into our first round, guys, and just get us started, okay, for the afternoon. Again, we might need some more love on TikTok again today because she's still mad at us. I don't know why. Not gonna lie, I thought you were serious. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh, Nexus. I appreciate you guys. Hi, Rocket. How are you? It's good to see you. Cody, thank you for the heart me. Welcome in. We're gonna start out with some solos, see how we do for the day. And see how freaking sweaty it is. Cord, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. And Tiffany as well. But we shall see how we do today. Okay. Also, I need to wait. If Francisco is here, Francisco, can you say in the chat if you're here? Sweaty times 10. It's been so sweaty for me every day. Just got on. We should run up one day. Yes, Casey, we do viewer games sometimes. We do them every once in a little bit. Every once in a little bit. Penny, thank you for the heart. I appreciate it. But guys, I do hope you're having a good Tuesday. Can you barely hear the game? The audio is at its usual level. It's probably just because I'm not firing any guns right now. Probably because I'm not firing any guns. Let me pick up a gun and we'll start firing. Wait, no, I can't hear. It's super low for me too. Girl, what's going on with my audio? Is it really low for you guys? What is going on with my audio? Girl, I don't know what happened. Nothing changed. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why my audio is super low. Same with the intro. Nothing has changed. I don't understand why it's low. Okay, give me a second, guys. But guys, keep sending your heart me's. Keep sending. Just help us out if you can. Couldn't really hear the intro. I mean, I can crank it. I cranked everything. No, but my other audio is being weird too. I don't know what's happening. I really don't understand. I turned it up now. Is that better? Is that, I turned up way too loud. Let me turn it down a little bit. I turned up way too loud. Is that better? Is that like more even, guys? Yeah, that's louder. Okay. Julie, thank you for the heart me. Okay, perfect. All right. If it's still really quiet a little bit, let me know. We'll test this for now and see how she goes. See how she goes. Yeah, I don't know why it's being funky. I don't know what's going on. Like, she's not, there's no reason she should be. Hold on. There's no reason why. You gotta do the intro again? Yeah, I will have to. Miss Daydreamer, thank you for the heart me. And Purple, we may need some love on TikTok today. She's very mad at us lately. I don't know why. So if you guys can help out there, that'd be amazing. Why are you blushing? I'm not, Jay. It's called rosacea, baby. It's called rosacea. It's called rosacea, baby. Your power is still off. Oh no, Alyssa, please, if you can't be in stream, please don't feel like you have to. All natural, honey. All natural. Thanks, Sue. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Kels, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How are you? How are you? Thank y'all so much for being here. Welcome, welcome. Looks and sounds great. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It was like the sound like glitched for a minute. I really don't know what happened there. It was being weird. We're so sweaty. Yeah, we'll see how sweat they are today. We'll see. Megan, thank you for this. Mallard, thank you. Guys, thank you for the heartbeats. We'll see how sweaty they are today. We'll just have to wait and see. We may shaze. Depends. Usually if we slay goals, we do. Usually if we slay up things, we do. Usually. Oh, I'm glad, Alyssa. If you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, by the way, Purple, I did zoom in my camera on Purple. Does it look okay for you guys? I felt like I was super zoomed out. Thanks, Broth. Yeah, even just for a little bit. I'm doing all right. Kels, how are you? Perfect. Yay. I'm glad. Okay. I just zoomed it in a little bit because I was like, I thought maybe it would look a little better that way. But I'm doing good. We're kind of just vibing. We threw all the Met Gala looks just a little bit ago. So we've been vibing with those. For editing, it shouldn't change anything because we're doing the vertical stuff. So it shouldn't change anything because I didn't do anything with the vertical. With the vertical. At least. You're so right. I know. Broad, thank you for the heart. I appreciate it. Guys, we're 1 follower away from 5 followers on TikTok. Who's going to be our 5th? Who's going to be our 5th? Yeah, I did see Bad Buddy. I didn't love it. I'm going to be real. That's my hot take. Hannah, thank you for the follow. Oh my God, sorry, you're so fine. I'm going to be so real. I didn't love Bad Bunny's look. I didn't love it. It wasn't my all-time fave. I'll be real with you guys. Like, it was fine, I guess. Sabrina's was great. Emma Chamberlain's, I think, was my top. Emma Chamberlain's was my top fave. Like, truly. Truly, I think Emma's was the best out of all of them. Emma's was so good. Mackenzie, thank you for the heart me, guys. Thank you. Alex, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you guys. We get the heart me gold. She did. She really, yeah, I loved it. If you're scrolling by the FYP, who is your favorite? Hold on. Girl. I'm gonna get third partied here. Who was your favorite Met Gala look? That's the real question. You like Sarah? I didn't love Sarah's actually. Bye Cuckoo, bye Goku. Ray, I think so, yes. Queen Bee too, she was a fave. Wait, Queen Bee, oh, Beyonce, yeah, she was good too. The one thing I didn't like about Beyonce's, I think, was the headpiece. I didn't love the headpiece. I didn't love the headpiece on hers, but otherwise it was okay. No, I haven't yet. Me either. I didn't love that. Sarah was so iconic. I loved Heidi Klum's. I loved Doechie's. I loved SZA's. I loved Emma's. I really loved, oh my God, what's his name again, guys? Help me. For those on Purple who knew it. What's his name again? But I can't remember his name right now. Emma ate up, I know. What was his name, guys? I can't remember. Help me. Domingo, yes. Is it Coleman Domingo? I loved his look. Loved his look a lot. Thought it was very slay. Hi, Sweet and Grumpy, how are you? I like Sam Smith too, guys. Let me set a goal on TikTok. Hold on. Heidi always goes absolutely crazy with the fits. Yeah. I mean, I think she's very camp. You know what I mean? I think she's very camp, and I love that for her, you know? I love how camp she is. What they wore in their... Yeah, it's true. Hi, Jalen. Swing Group, thank you for the gamer level up. Welcome in, y'all. Chase Infinity. I'm trying to think what Chase Infinities was. We just went through... we went through all of the fits like a few minutes ago. Just on purple, though. Just on purple. Where am I getting shot from? Swing Group, thank you for the gamer level ups. I appreciate it. Thanks for everything. Yes. Cardi B's. I didn't like Cardi B's. I would, H, if I got invited. Absolutely. Hi, Katie. Welcome in. Guys, if you're just joining in, make sure to say slay in the chat. Let me know how you're doing. We're almost at 10 followers, so you better leave a little follow for us, Zesty Bestie. Sam Smith looked like Yzma to me. Pull the lever, Kronk. Katie, thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. And Alex, thank you. Pull the lever, Kronk. Quite literally. And thank you guys for who went over from TikTok or from Purple to TikTok to help out for a little bit. Because I don't know why she's being funky with us, but she is. Chase Infinity was the colored sequence. That looked like, oh, yes. Yeah. I like that one. I wasn't, Sid, I didn't love Cardi's. I'll be real. It's a Tuesday. I did not like Cardi's that much at all. I did not enjoy Cardi B's look. I'll be so real. Katie, thank you for the gamer level up. Yeah, exactly. It's a Tuesday. Girl, it's hot in here. I might need to turn on my AC, baddies. Most of the time spicy. They're not like in charge, but they're designers usually, and they pay for them to go in, you know. Oh, was she sick, Ash? Oh, that's crazy. I feel like we've ran into like no one. I say that now and everybody's gonna come in and be insane. Jen, thank you for the giver level up. I appreciate it. We'll see how sweaty the games are today. I know it's so quiet. Hi, Amber. How are you? I actually did like, I know people don't like Blake Lively, but I did like her look quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I did enjoy her look. I was a fan of her look. Girl, where is everybody? I don't like how quiet it is. What are we eating today, bestie? We're eating up these lobbies, Amber. Hi, Elva. How are you? Start a rivalry? You're right. I should. I didn't, Ash. I didn't like Stevie Nicks' look. That is my hot take. Snipe from across the map literally every time, usually. I didn't like it. I wasn't a fan of Stevie Nicks' look. I'll be so real. With you guys. I was not a fan of the look. Oh, I loved Hunter Schafer's look too as well. Yes, I forgot. That was also one of my up there on my fave list. Up there, what I want for the Met Gala is them to go like full, almost a really campy, but like good campy. You know what I mean? Like how Emma Chamberlain and Heidi Klum and like, you know, and Doechii went. Madonna was a flop for me. I like Beyonce's too, Remby. The only thing I didn't like about Beyonce's, I didn't love the headpiece she had on. I didn't love the headpiece. I didn't like the headpiece. Coleman Domingo was my favorite male fit, though. I will say. Go big or go home. I agree. Yeah, it was like, it kind of looked like a Pokeball. And I was like, okay, interesting. And thank you for the heart me, Remby. I appreciate it. Guys, we're almost at 10 followers on TikTok. If you're scrolling by and you're not following, then you're homophobic. But if you follow right now, you are an ally. Like Cinema Roll Fairy just followed, okay? What's your favorite? Wait, what's BL mean? Says 8. I love SZA's look. 11 and Steven, thank you for the follows. Thank you, allies. Coleman's right. Yeah, Coleman was a chair last year for the. Oh yeah, his look was really great. Girl, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. We went through every single one. There were some good. Oh. Okay. Where am I getting shot from? Girl, not that dumbass gun. Girl. And I got third-partied. Let me guess, he's in the bush. How did he even get me while I was on the floor? How did he even get me while he was on the floor and I was above him? Do you own a lint roller? I do. Why do you ask? Why do you ask, Queen? That was crazy? Yeah. Because, no, see, it was a different guy who got me. There was somebody camping, wasn't it? Oh, honestly, Levin, I don't have any. I need more. You guys gotta give me some. I was just gagged on the nude body looks, the contours, and brush shape. Yeah, there were some good looks. It's gonna be a superhero, I swear to God. Yes. Or it's gonna be Snoop Dogg Christmas. Or Hatsune Miku. And sometimes Sabrina Carpenter. But guys, if you're new here, let's say hello again, okay?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God. Is it
Oh,
broth? I use a lint roller as a vibrator.
You know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
There you go. I use my lint roller as a vibrator. Oh. As you should. Brad, you think for the heart me? Someone clipped that. Guys, 2 people unfollowed after I said that. That's crazy. Wow. Wow. And let's not pretend that you haven't either. Cheaper than a wax. That's homophobic. Not me, Diva. Mm-hmm. But Marina just followed for it, okay? As you should, baddie. As you should. The divas are lint free. Kelly, thank you for the follow too. Multi-purpose lint roller. Exactly. You guys get it. Anything can be, Amber, if you try hard enough. I don't know what that means. Anything can be if you try hard enough. I like my lint. Okay. We love a multi-purpose tool. Resourceful. What do you do about rock with it? Well, I'm glad you're here. Okay.
Now I'm bashful. I didn't know.
Hi, Branchy.
I'm bashful. Everyone say, don't be bashful, Lorix.
Badass Cat Lady also with the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Y'all are fabulous. Let's see. What do we want to play? Let's do.
We're so young, boy, we ain't got nothing to lose.
Ooh, slay baddies. I'm doing good, Branchy. I love your streams. Yes, Gina, I'll do it after this round. How's that sound? Cosmic, hello. What camera do you use? I use a Sony mirrorless A6100. Very fabulous stuff, guys. And guys, you think we get to 50K taps this round? I bet you we can. Hi, Zella. How are you? Trade this for this. How many chromas do you have, Diva? Not enough, Alex. I'll be real. This season makes me sweat to the death. I'll be real. Cosmic Tay, thank you for this SC Vince. Thanks for that, yeah. I'll be real. This season is sweat central. Addie, thank you for the follow. Bessie, have you tried the new Tycoon on Fortnite? No. Should I try it today, guys? Is it fun? We finished it, Amber. Yes, we did. And now I'm reading this freaky ass book you all recommended. Gina, thank you for the hand heart called Butcher and Blackbird. I finished the first book. That shit nasty. And now I'm on to the second book. It's arriving today from Amazon. Nasty little freaks you all are. Nasty little freaks. Okay. From the sweats before. Literally, Esther, I feel you. Nasty little freaks you all are with that. Okay. Trilogy right now. Is the Tycoon fun? I just started Miss Eva, so I'm not sure yet. We're on our second round right now, so I'll let you know. But as of right now, no. As of right now, no. Well. Woo! Girl. I will say she's sweaty as shit, though. I will say she's sweaty as shit, though. My God. Damn. I thought I was done for. Yeah, just endless shield. She lives, though, queen. We gotta find some health, though. Oh, wait. The rivalry contract. I need that. Your chug. I got rid of it, didn't I? Or is it up top there? Take this for now. Whee! Bessie, should I really up on Fortnite? Well, I say why not? No! Damn it. Every time. Up top. Yeah, that little building, right? It's in the little building. We gotta chug up in here. Guys, we're almost to 15 followers on TikTok. Thank you. Especially because TikTok's been so funky with us lately. I appreciate it. Caleb, thank you for the follow. If you're new here, make sure to say hello. And don't forget to heart me if you're new too. They help out so much. All right. You're a genius. I'm a genius. Oh, time to zip tie. Wait, zip who? Ryan and Little Mama, thank you for the follows. Or Little Llama. I don't know why I said Little Mama. But you are what you are. You are what you are. Wait, so it does give a lot of XP. Wait, do we like the... So have anybody else played the like Star Wars Tycoon thing? Is it Droid Tycoon? What is it? Play on my name, true. Llama Llama, red pajama. Well, red pajama. I say pajama, not pajama. Oh my God, yes, I'm addicted. Is it fun? Is it like steal the brain rot or is it like not steal the brain rot? That's why I was like hesitant to try it because I was like, is it steal the brain rot basically? Because I'm not a huge steal the brain rot person. YouTube Mallard, yeah. Some people love them, some people don't. Pajama depends on my mood. Okay. Also, Alex, thank you for the Zesty Festy Mints. Just play a private map so children don't hunt you. My God, there's... Oh, of course, the kids. Until this kid kept killing me. So wait, okay. Hold on, is somebody in here? Oh my God. Maybe we'll have to look at it. We'll look at it today. I love it, but I don't know if you would. We'll have to see. I saw Ventress was playing it. I think when it came out. I saw Ventress was playing it when it came out. And guys, thank you for 50K taps. Oh, you guys are slaying. Thank you guys. Jess, thank you for the heart me. Private lobbies when you do tycoons. Okay. I didn't know that like there were public lobbies for tycoons. I had no idea. That's news to me. That's news to me, baddies. One's tycoon, one is running from Vader and trying to do tasks. Okay. Thank you for the gamer level ups. We got somebody coming up here. God dang it. Why do I always hit a tree? Every time, I feel like the trees are always in my way. It's kind of homophobic, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of over it. Madison, thank you for the gifties, I appreciate it. But with my party on private, okay. I like sometimes miss them, I sometimes don't. I always hit the trees. Listen, Yolanda. Here's what I'll say. I actually do like these shockwaves more. The only thing I wish these shockwaves did is that they would go through buildings. And then I think I'd be a lot happier. If they went through buildings, I think I'd be a lot happier. Oh, there's somebody up here. Sorry, baddie. Sorry, baddie. Ooh, I got somebody pushing up on me here. Girl, why did that shoot a blank? Thank God it was a bot. Hi, Mills. How are you? Welcome in. Them out there. Okay. Chi. I did. Hi, Tiny Tots. How are you? Guys, thank you for the taps and the shares, by the way. It really helps a lot on TikTok. So thank you for sharing. Let's see if we can get to 100 shares if we're not there yet. Angelina, thank you for the heart me. And if you're not following, I'm judging you. Okay.
Bombastic side eye.
You know I am,
Criminal
Mel.
offensive
Side eye. All right. Let's see. Nothing. Girl, oh my God, I keep hearing noises. I'm scared. I'm like, is there somebody in my apartment right now? Am I gonna die? Is this it for me? Is this it for me? It's me, a child. Hello. That's the one thing about living alone sometimes is like, sometimes I'll hear noises and I'm like, oh, somebody's coming to kill me. Like okay, we got somebody else here too. Is this a bot or a person? Wait, is that a bot or a person, guys? Oh, it's a person. Hello? Okay, two more people unfollow, guys. So if you're scrolling by, please follow for a fucking zesty bestie. I don't know why we've had 15 people unfollow this round. Holy shit. Mimi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And Weirdo and Carson. God damn. No shots for wild? Thank you. Mimi, thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. It's giving homophobia. I know. I'm like, damn. Crocs on my feet 919 is my rival right now. Yeah, I'll hear a noise at nighttime and I'm like, I'm dead. There's someone coming to get me. I'm dead. Not the Crocs. Thank you, Mary. No, you just being here and watching is the best thing ever. And don't forget your daily heart meets too, y'all. Hello. Hello. Taylor, thank you for the follow. Relaxes crab, thank you. Ooh. Okay, somebody's over there. There was someone right there. Where? I saw no footprints. One time a rival was Gay Badger. That was me. That's not even like a gay thing. Like it's otter or bear. Thank you guys for 100 shares. He's going up the hill. Oh, okay. I missed him. For 3 seconds to watch you before the sorry, but oh my God, Nexus. Ball mixer. Oh, that's my alt account. Okay. Okay, you little freaks. Okay, you little freaks. Hairy, gay, and angry. That's, well, maybe that is me, Glitter Cowboy. If that's the condition, maybe that is me. Holy shit. Alicia, thank you for the heartbeat. Maybe that is me. Sabrine, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Or Sabrin, thank you. Amoebas, yes. No, it's mostly your body. Mostly the gay terms are body type. Less like attraction. Probably a furry, you know. So like twink, twunk, otter, bear. Hi, Alicia. It's good to see you. Shoes have been all right. They've been all right. Big country. Oh. So how do you look like a damn otter? Well, it's the body type. So like a little, you know, hairy twink and a twunk. So a twink is Troye Sivan and a twunk is a more muscular twink. I'm trying to think of like a more muscular twink off the top of my head. Me? No. Tyler Oakley. Yeah, there you go. Twunk is Tom Daly. Actually so true. Actually so true. Jojo Siwa. Jojo Siwa's a twunk, yes. Jojo Siwa is a twunk. Heated Rivalry are not twunks. They're just hunks. Those are they're different. Twunks are like they're twink adjacent. They're twink adjacent. They're like muscular twinks. I love when gay class begins. Hi, Sky Blue. How are you? And you're a, I used to be considered an otter. I don't even know what I'm at anymore. There's also cub, wolf. I mean, there's so many things. What's a twins? There's so many. Why the lobbies are, yeah, it's so sweaty today. Gay class, well. Mask and cheese, I can only see your beard, so I'm gonna say I can only see sunglasses and a beard because your profile picture is so tiny. I'm gonna say hunky bear. I don't know. I don't know. I also never want to categorize anybody because then they get offended if I do the wrong thing. You know what I mean? But I can't even see what you look like. I'll be real. I can see a little bit. What a deal on Twitter is. Hello. Jesus, that took out half my health, guys. Girl, I can't. I can't today. Well, if you're new here, guys, and you're not following for Zesty Bestie, shake the fist at the card, everything. And for what? And for what, mind you? And for what? We were almost there. I know. And guys, thank you for helping share out the live and tap and all those good things. I really don't know why TikTok is doing this to us today, but for the past couple of days, but she's been so not happy with me. So we're trying to figure out what's going on. So I appreciate y'all. Brandy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for 70K likes. I so appreciate it, guys. Also, let me put on the thing for the competition. Let's see where we're currently at. You too, Big Panda. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day. We are currently, guys, by the way, we're in 27th place on the competition right now. So thank you. All these things are the things that help for it. But your guys' presence is a present. There's got to be a gay class chart out there somewhere. Oh, I'm sure there is. You have surgery tomorrow? I hope it goes okay, Abby. Marissa, thank you for the game for level ups. I appreciate it. And they missed every shot. Oh, no, Michaela. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Yes, it does, Emma. Yeah. Yup. Yes, it do. It do. It do. Sky, I don't hate it, but I hate going against it. I'll tell you that much. Guys, thank you for the I appreciate it. And L, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Oh, yes, the Brittany welcome. Let me play the Brittany for you. Here you go. I'll tell you who I am. I am your Zesty Bestie. And this is... Desiree.
It's Brittany, bitch.
No, we went live about an hour ago, Faith. About an hour ago. That was glorious. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed. Not the Disney point. Well, Well, oh my God. Wait, I need an intro. Somebody write this down. I need a Disney Channel intro with the, and you're watching. Wait, we need that, guys. Put that video in the Louvre. That's got to go in the Met Gala. Yes, you do. Literally, that just popped. Like, that would be so good. Draw a lemon. Wait. And what's the new game, Amelie? Guys, watch me die right here. 40 bucks says I die right here, guys. Is somebody up here? Never mind. Got him. Haha. Haha. Got him. Mm-hmm. And Purple, we're gonna need some more TikTok love again today. I'm so sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on, but I really don't know what's happening. Get it, Faith Me? I do get it, yes. Girl, I was getting out there before somebody else came over to me. Thank you, baddies. I appreciate you. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I don't know why. She's being dumb. Okay, I need another weapon. Thank you for the dolphin. I appreciate it. Thank you, Michaela. I appreciate it so much. Amber, which one do I like more? Purple, because TikTok is really sensitive to things. And so, like, last week we were fine, and now all of a sudden we're not fine. And I hate that there's like no rhyme or reason for anything that happens. So Purple, I like streaming on more, for sure. Michaela, thank you for the heart me. For sure. That's okay, Asia. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the gamer level up. I appreciate it. Okay, we have an anonymous person. So either they're real or a bot. Let's see. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you guys. Except for the ads. Yes. Yeah, we do get paid for those, though. So they do help a little bit. But I know. We do have an ad break coming up, actually, in 7 seconds on Purple, by the way. Hi, Kayla. How are you? Oh, it's going to do that the whole day. I'm confused. Girl. There we go. We're saying thank you. Really? Okay, well, I'm not going to say it then, Mask. Maybe that'll help. How you know their bots? Usually by their movement. Hi, Leah. How are you? Hi, Nayla. Welcome in. I don't know. I don't know, Mallard. Oh, no. For those, no. Sorry, my brain did not understand what you were saying. I don't think so. And Mango, thank you for the follow. Carrie, thank you for the hurt me. I got third party coming up. Girl. Anybody else? My God, Queen. Third party on third party on third party on third party on third party. A girl can't even breathe. My goodness. Hannah, you're the giver level ups. My goodness. Okay. Lord have mercy. I can't. Take you to dinner. I know. At least take me to goddamn dinner first. You know what I mean? Jeez. Bus, club, no sleep, another club. All the clubs. Oh, okay. Hold on, guys. I gotta look at something here real quick. No. And guys, we're almost to 30 followers. Thank you for following if you're on TikTok right now and seeing this on your FYP. You're so slang. Alston, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You need a Gaga intro? We do. Hi, Kayla. Welcome in. Hi, Emily. I do, Liza. Yes. It's my username on TikTok. So that Zesty Bestie. That Zesty Bestie. It's for a competition that we're in, Hannah, right now. So all of those help for a low. We're in 28th place, I think, right now, Hannah. Hi, Deez. How are you? Welcome in. Oh, I need to move. Girl, I gotta move now. I have no movement either. Ugh, this is awful. I have no stamina. I have no movement. When you said your name, Kayla. Like on Husband, yeah. I will take this. I will take this quickly. Fuck. Oh my God! I hate this game so fucking much. I can't even have 2 seconds apiece without fucking third parties every 5 goddamn minutes, dude. I have no ammo either. I don't even want to, like, it's just miserable. Karma Ground merch, yes. Sorry, guys, 1 second. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have I have like a million things happening all at once. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Okay, sorry guys. I had to look at something real quick. Did you already answer? Yeah, Noodle. I got kicked out because I stole a ruby jewel. I'm kidding. My kitty is still missing. Oh, Jenny, I'm sending you love, bestie. I'm sending you lots of love. Please, please take care of yourself. Seriously, I'm sending you so much love. And thank you so much, Hannah, for those gamer level ups. Holy cow. And Ashton with the spring sets. Or Alston, thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, guys. Okay. Hi, Zesty. Hi, Care Bear. How are you? Same house and a Daichi with TTV. Oh, no. Guys, give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Hot to go. Kayla, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Your lighting is so perfect. I have two lights on either corner on either side of me here. Thank you guys. Sorry, I'm like looking for a message right now. Hold on 2 seconds. Macy, thank you for the follow as well. Guys, I know some of you mentioned that you could not see my live on TikTok. If you are someone who did not see my live, can you just sound off in the chat? I'm trying to give TikTok a list of usernames of folks who had issues with it to see if there's more of an issue or if it's not. That's because yes, thank you. Yeah. Me, I didn't get the notification. Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I gotta type your actual usernames in. Hold on. Okay. Betty's back. Yes, hello, hello. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Scattered, thank you for the gamer taters. Scattered, thank you, thank you. I'm doing all right, Lainey. How are you? How are you? Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Sorry, I was sending a message that I had to send out real quick, but welcome in if you're just joining in. Hello. Sorry, baddies. My brain can only focus on one thing at a time. You know me. You know me. She can only focus on one thing at a time. Hi, Emily. How are you? Dragon, thank you for the gamer taters. I appreciate it. And Scatter Covered Chunked, thank you for the gamer taters too. Girl, same. I know. Guys, my door keeps weirdly opening. Okay, I do think, guys, I need to put on my AC. It's getting really hot in here. Give me 2 seconds. A girl's got to put her AC on because it's hot shit in here. I'm not going to lie to you. It's getting warm. Spooky. Okay, there we go. Okay, girl, go ahead. All the noises. All your clothes. It's true. Okay. It's oh my God. And of course it got blocked. Hold on. Girl, I'm overstimulated. You just got kicked out of your house? Wait. Are you okay, Ash? Are you okay, Batty? I know, Jack. And that's what I've always said. And that's what I said to them, Jackson. And that's what I said. They're reflected off of a wall, locally sourced. I never have direct light on me because it's always too harsh. It makes it too harsh, unfortunately. Yasmin, thank you for the follow. Girl, are you a rival? What's a rivalry goat? Yeah. What does that mean? Oh. Come here, girl. Girl, I can't even see where she is. What are we doing? 1,000? No, I am not 1,000+ rivalry wins. Absolutely not. Jeez Louise. Okay. There was like, there was so much there. Do you know my twin Brant? We do know Brant. Emma, thank you for the heart me. Welcome in. Let me take these instead. Is this skipping for you? I don't know. We've been having so many weird issues with the lives lately. You did, Sophia. Congratulations. Yeah, Zach, I agree with you. Emma, thank you for the gifties. If anybody does have the wait, Kirby, that's awesome. If anybody does have the audio issue on TikTok though today, please let me know, because I'm trying to get screen recordings of it where my mic is super quiet. If you come in and my microphone is super quiet, please let me know in the chat. If she's real quiet. No worries. Welcome back in. Mushi, is it? Okay, we're trying to get a screen recording of it because people, what's been happening is you go into my live and the audio is super quiet and then you leave and come back and it goes to normal. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is if people's audio is like, if I need video recordings of it for TikTok. They're asking for it specifically. So people do have that. Let me know. You sent a brand to summon him. I love that. Manny, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Batty. Hi, Brenna. How are you? Ali, thank you for the gamer level ups. Sophia, I miss you too. How have you been? Hopefully college was good. Why does this sound quiet again in my ear? Girl, what is going on with my PC today? Do I have a rival? I do. Let me grab the daily XP because I always forget to do that. Okay, wait. Is the Hollow Twister good, guys? Sounds fine for me. Yes, it seems to be a bug that happens every once in a while. So if it does happen for you, let me know. Like just in the chat. Some people will come in and be like, it's so quiet. You're so quiet. Girl, watch me die right now. Girl, watch me just get these two things and watch me die right now. My show's on. Hello. Okay, I forget it like speeds up. I forget it like speeds up. Girl. Shit speeds up. Me and Kitty, thank you for the heart me. And Sue, thank you for the gamer taters. I'm having a good day. I am. Wait, girl, what's your opinion on the new crew skin? I think it's pretty good. I didn't get it, but I think it's pretty good. You know what? I feel like now, okay, I love the Hollow Twister, guys, but I'm gonna be real with you. Here's my very hot take. Hi, Nonice, how are you? I think there are actually better weapons out there now than the Hollow Twister. Is that a hot take? Like, I just feel like there are better weapons now. That are better. Powerback, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hold on, let me lock in here for a second. Thank you, welcome in, raiders. I appreciate you. Girl, can I pick up this pizza? Pizza. The Hollow's more consistent. See, I don't really use the Hollow that much, I guess, to really like test for consistency. I don't know. Name one. For AR, for me. Girl, there's somebody right there. Got him. I took a lot of damage there, but that was worth it. Happy Cinco de Mayo. I mean, it does have a... Sorry, I'm locking in here for a second. I keep looking. Woo! I'm doing well. Power Pack, how are you? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid again. Even the paparazzi team, hello on God. Makes it so much better. I was thinking of, what was the one from, was it last season? I was thinking of the one from last season. What's one from last season? The Deadeye? Yeah, the Deadeye. Thank you. Like, I kind of like the Deadeye a little bit better. I think. I know, crazy to say. Ew, I know. I know. Guys, I know. But I feel like the Deadeye kind of cooked. Allison, thank you for the gamer taters. You did. And guys, we're 2 followers away from 25 followers on TikTok, so thank you. If you're gonna scroll by and leave a follow for us, Esty Batsty. The Deadeye 8. I like the Deadeye. Girl, I'm overstimulated as fuck. That was definitely a bot, right? Like, that was a bot that just fought. That was fighting them, right? Because, girl, how do you almost die to them? I think that was a bot fighting a bot. Beard or no beard? In terms of, like... In terms of having facial hair or in terms of being gay and having a beard? Did you see her? Oh, my gosh. Miss Vega, thank you for the heart me. And Benjamin, thank you for the Rosa. I like a clean-shaven man. Personally. Personally, I like a clean-shaven man. That's just me, though. That's just me. That's my very, I guess, lukewarm take. Is that lukewarm? Girl. I was like, if I take fall damage from that, I'm going to lose my mind. But I am clean shaven. Well, I'm glad. Guys, my phone's gonna be doing this all day today. I'm so sorry. See, the precision thing here, guys. Eats. Any tips on good controllers for mobile players? I don't play with controllers, so no, I have no recommendations. Maybe someone in chat does. There are people who look good without and some don't. Yes, I mean, I love a good beard, but for me, most men don't rock the beard the way they should. My glasses are dirty. Kiona, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We are just 1 follower away from 25 followers to Stream Baddies. Thank you for helping out. We're trying to get TikTok back on our fixed thing here, so thank you. Lydia, thank you. Isn't it scratchy to be kissing? I mean, yeah. I won't lie, I have a fear of bald men. You're scared of bald men? I'll be real, guys. Mr. Clean. That's a hot bald man. You know, Howie Mandel, I do it. I'm just gonna say it. That's not a, like, that's a ride I'd take. That's a ride I'd take. The Rock, absolutely. Although I'm gonna say, I think The Rock is probably a pillow queen. Not Terry Crews for me. I have never grown my beard. I did for like 30 seconds at the start of the pandemic to see what it looked like, and it didn't work. Well, Tori, yes. I think it should be normal for a day. And why would I want to do that? And why would I ever want to do that? Can we get a photo of that? Listen. Tori, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Just see how long you last. Normal's so boring. We're fabulous. Imagine how clean. Yeah, isn't he? Yeah, he's very much a germaphobe, isn't he? No Shave November. When you start streaming, in general, about 6 years ago. Pitbull in his prime. No, you're a freak. Wow. Love your outfit. Thank you, Bex. And you know what? You're the only person who said that today. Kind of crazy. Hi, Amy's girlfriend. How are you? We love Happy. Do you make a good living doing streaming? Sometimes. It depends on the day, Jessica. It's all dependent on the day. I'm very transparent about it, so I'm happy to answer any questions. And they go, thank you, Jenny. I appreciate it. Aesthetically, how dare you? My day's going good. I can't complain. You're a natural. Thank you. It just depends on the day, though, Jessica. There's no, like, set amount of money that I'll earn in a day, right? Meow, meow, meow. Oh my god, I'm not reloaded here. Or can I? Plant Lady, no, it's just a joke. There wasn't an actual fit. Oh, me too, Jackson. I'm a variety streamer. It's quite tough, but it's, you know, I wouldn't want it any other way. Although recently I've just been playing more Fort than usual. Girl, I can hear this gun, but I can't see where it is. I feel like my audio is being weird. I did touch grass yesterday. God damn it, dude. Like, I actually kind of hate this gun. Fuck, I got her so low, too. I, like, kind of hate that gun, guys. She was literally like 10 health. Sorry, I was locked in there. Like, I can't. She was 1. No, you 8. I know. She was 1. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I'm trying to get Francisco's username. Okay, hold on. Two seconds, baddies. Hold on. Okay. Hi, Brand. How are you? Sorry, guys. I had to like lock it over there. Thank you for lurking. Honestly, I don't really have any big advice other than just yapping. You know, yap and play what you love. Oh my god, I'm auto. Guys, I'm gonna have to get water in a second. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Macy. How are you? All right, guys, I gotta take it to. I am so overstimulated today. It's crazy. I need to go grab some water. I'll be right back. Give me 30 seconds, and I shall be back. Okay, y'all. Give me 2 seconds, and I will. Hold on. I gotta turn this off. There. Okay. Let me go. I can see your chat, Brent. Yes. Let me go grab some water because I'm out of water. And thank you guys for tapping and sharing. I'll be right back. 2 seconds, y'all. Hold on. I'm good, Maddie.
I'm still waiting. Come through the door. I'm killing time. You know, bleaching your clothes. I'm roasting marshmallows on the fire. And what I'm burning is your attire. I'm getting restless. I'm getting tested. And I can't believe he's always out every night and never checks in. Is he cheating? Man, I don't know. I'm looking around for something else.
water. I had no water, guys. I was quite literally like, you never when you're like just sucking, pause, but when you're just sucking nothing from your water bottle and you're just like, what am I doing? That was me just now. That was me just now. Okay, let me lock in here, guys. Let me put the goal up on TikTok, by the way. Okay, we do have our goal for the day on TikTok. We got our things on purple. Let's lock in. Ready to rumble. He said, girl, hello. I wasn't even trying to be dirty there. I just quite literally means very specifically when you're out of water in your water bottle and you're like trying to actually get a sip of water. Cat, thank you. That's all I meant. And there's nothing in there and you're like, ugh. Emily, thank you. Exactly, Rachel. Listen. Ian, right, okay. Listen.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, okay. I'm trying to be real with you all. Could never be, I'm always full. Can we like Mary? Yes, one of our viewers? Yeah. Pleek. You're like, wait, I'm friends with them too? Yeah, can we like Mary's one of our viewers? Yeah. Man. I get you, bestie. Thank you, Kiona. Somebody did. Jeez. Sucking to the butt. Okay. All right. You did, Mary. Look, there she is. It's like she was listening to us. Guys, my Amazon stuff is arriving soon. Ooh, what'd you get? I got some stuff to I got a thing for my graded card to put like a case for it from Pokemon. And then I also ordered the second book of the Butcher and Blackbird series because I'm addicted to the smut now. It's crazy. Oh my gosh. Do you recognize people's names in your chats or do you too many people's chats daily? I recognize most names. If people are like regulars in the chat, like if people come in every, are here, I don't know, a couple times a week, I usually recognize most of their usernames and remember things about them. Most of them. You are regular enough, yeah. No, Cowboy, sorry, who are you? Just don't tell anyone. I don't like smut books, but you guys were like, you need to read this one. And I was like, okay. And so I did. Me, yes. I don't know if I'm that big age. I think it'd be harder if my chat was moving a lot faster. I come but don't comment. That's what my grinder date said last night. We do Aspen, yes. We're gonna play that tomorrow, I think. In one weekend you finished it. I know. You are Sebastian. Oh. Like I would say if it was like a bigger, like a faster chat that was going like constantly, it would be harder for me to remember everybody's names. If I couldn't like actively reach out all the time. Ari, you're so fine. You come when you can. My number one rule is your presence is a present. Yeah, we're doing Tomodachi tomorrow, I think. What does the chat look like on your end? I can show you. I'll show you. Let me get ready here. Okay. I'll take a picture and show you exactly what I see on my end. This is what I see. So I see the purple platform chat and I see the TikTok chat on either side. That's okay, Aspen. And Cole, thank you for the follow. So I see there's two there. So I see both. I see those right there. That's what I see usually. That's overstimulating. I'm used to it now. But yeah, it can be overstimulating. Ah! Jesus, she scared me. Now that's a talent. Thank you. Remember, I am. Yes. Yar. Yar. Sorry, I'm like looking to see if there's anything else there. Do you use 2 monitors? I use 3 monitors. I actually use 3. I use 3. I have one, my gaming monitor, one for my stream stuff, and I have one up top here for like random quick things. But I have 3. I got 3. And sometimes I feel like that's not enough. Sometimes I feel like I need more. Crazily enough. Oh my God, Kitty, you're so fine. I hope you're okay. Digital Queen, yeah. Josker, literally all the time. Shelly, thank you. A man. I have one for YT and purple on right, game middle, and Pinterest on left vertically. Ooh, I always thought I had a vertical monitor for a long time, but I didn't really love it because I couldn't find any use for it. Douglas, thank you for the follow. That's a lot to read. And my name's Leah Michelle, so I can't even fucking read it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Kayla, you can always apply in the Discord. We have you can apply right in there. I did. Oh well. Well, I'll go back for it. Wait, let's see what's going on over here first. I mean, I have okay loot. I don't hate my loot right now. I'm walking over there. Bow, bow, bow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. And Verdice it is. Better slowly. Sometimes I do Macy, but it's hard for me to do on stream because it's so fast paced. So I can't like yap with you guys like I like to when I'm doing this. Brianna, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Or Brianna, thank you. And Super Mommy, thank you. Me kicking my feet watching. Keely, thank you too. Baddies all around. How many rivalry wins? Let's see. Is there a thing over here? Yeah. I have an Emma. I have not. Oh my gosh, cracked my neck again. That's okay. I have 238 wins. 238 wins. 790. Okay, sweat. Damn. I honestly need to just keep initiating them. I keep forgetting to like initiate rivalries and then chase them down. But like, girl, what am I supposed to do? Look how far away this one is. 509. I'm scared to get rivals in solos. I kind of wish they would be in ranked. I really hate that there are no rivals in ranked. I actually like really hate that there are no rivals in ranked. Girl. Ah! Wait, shit, I'm not paying attention to these things. What do we have here? Gimme, gimme. What team are you in? We're Team Ice King on God. And guys, don't forget your daily heart me's for coming in. If you're a new viewer, you can drop a heart me just by clicking where you go to leave a little follow button. And they help out so much. They help out quite a bit. Kels, thank you. Even the paparazzi Team Ice King. I keep getting notifications. Jerga, thank you for the follow. A man. So brand safe? I'm brand safe? I don't know about that. Have you been in my live for more than 5 minutes, honey? I don't know if I'm brand safe. I'll be real. I'll be real. I don't know if I'm brand safe. Macy, thank you. Maybe for a condom brand. Well. Why am I not using the hollow? Hello? Oh, that's not. They remember the liberal. I know. Guys, thank you. Thank you, Macy and Cowboy. What am I doing? I'm not even paying attention. Hello? Okay. Let's actually start a new rivalry. I'm going to try and do more rivalries, guys. I'm going to try and lock in on rival. Girl, who's shooting at me? Girl. Girl, I ain't doing this shit with you. sticky fingers. Yeah, I'm sure they are. Yeah, it's good to see you, Trinity. How are you? Girl, what am I doing? Do you play Reload? I need to play more Reload. Oh my God, somebody here. And I know she was trying to third party. And I know she was. I know she was trying to third party. I just know it. I know she was. Sid, thank you for the follow. I just know. Cowboy, thank you for the gamer taters. I appreciate you. Let's get it. You better believe it. The concentration face. Yes, if I'm chewing my tongue, that's how you know I'm concentrating. Play while I watch. I love that, Douglas. That's what I said from my cuck chair last night. God, I gotta stop. I love your energy. Thank you. Where's little Grande 56? I hear him. Oh, little Grande. Girl, where are you? Where is she? Girl, Girl, if you don't let me mantle. I swear to F. Where is she? Oh, the mantling in this game makes me want to throw up. The mantling in this game makes me want to throw up. Macy, thank you for the laughing taco. Your mother's coming to school again. I know. Sydney, how are you? Guys, can somebody tell me what place we're in? I know it was a bot. I mean, I would have died if it wasn't. But the just mantling in general in this game, I can't. Lack of caffeine. You kind of have to let your body adjust to it, Kenzie. It's almost like withdrawal. Can somebody tell me what place we're in? Any of my mods for the gaming level up challenge thing on TikTok? Man. I want to see if we can get back up to top 25 today. That's my goal. That's my goal because today and tomorrow are the last days, I think. 24? Oh my God, wait, we're top 25. Slay. Let's see if we can get to top 20 then. I bet you we can then, y'all. Want to know what's better than 24? 23, bitch. Alex, thank you for the roses. Lighting those up on the gift gallery too. Where'd you get the hollow? I got it from one of the rift thingies, Click. One of the rift thingies. I don't, but I believe in you, Patty. Okay. Okay. Man, slay. Let's start another rivalry. Never mind, one started for me. No, I didn't get the Bugs Bunny skin. Girl, how far away am I from this person? All the way over there. 1,000,000 miles. What's the rainbow skin challenge? The hollow's back for specific if you get it from the rift. Oh, it's for a little competition thing that we're in. It's for gaming level up challenge. Where are they? Hold on. It's back if you get it from the rift. So it's like a special, it's not like an item you can get very easily. For the rainbow. Oh. Candy shop, I was having a vintage Ooh. Oh my God, that's so cool. You aren't close to them? Yeah. Spider Monkey 43 is our guy. Wait, what rift? So the rifts will appear and they have all of those little bot things you have to shoot. Those little bot things you have to shoot. Over there. Okay, I got an assist on that. This guy's waiting up over there. Yeah, the anomaly. Thank you. My rival's up there, guys. I can't decide if I push him or... Should I push? Do we push in the chat? Push? Okay. I see him. Oh my God, he ran. Got him. Ooh. Okay, sword. Wait, okay, so oh my God, wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. What do we have? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, we got a lot of good stuff here. I don't even know what to take. We have a lot of good stuff there. Oh my God. Wait, did he have any heals? I wasn't paying attention. Let me self-revive here. Eat him up, queen. Yeah. Yeah, go. I know. Is that the hollow? It is. And baddies, don't forget your daily heartbeats if you're on TikTok. It's the one thing you can help out the most with. If you haven't dropped one before, it's up where you go to leave a little follow. If you click the follow button, you can drop the heart me right up there. It's the best thing you can do to help out. Jackie, thank you for the heart me. Yum, eat them up. Wait, what do we have for the map shape? Ah, it's going to be at the Squibbly Shores. Uh-oh. Damn! Oh my God, she's low too. Is she gonna let me get up? I was gonna wait to see if she let me get up. She only had 30 health left. It's not like she did good there. CS Whistle, thank you for the follow. Damn, if I got one more shot on her. Mary, thank you for the first ever gift with the heart me. Slay. I have no idea, Sydney. Nuts, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Appreciate you, baddies. To go. Oh, you should have used the sword. Yeah, maybe. Logan, thank you for the follow. Elise, thank you for the heart me. 6%. Well, pretty legit. Hi, Sarah. How are you? And guys, we do have our goals on Purple and TikTok today. We have our sub goal on Purple, and then on TikTok, we do have our daily goal. We have not slayed yet. Oh, I gotta lower it. Wait, it's way too high than what it normally is. Hold on. Sorry, let me adjust it. Girl, I don't know why it... Hello? Oh my God, can TikTok not be asked for 5 seconds? Hello? Oh my God, this stupid ass thing. There we go. It's so dumb half the time. Okay. There we go. I adjusted it to our regular amount. There we go. Now it's on the correct one. Hi, George. I'm just... Oh no. You killed the whole house yesterday as my rival with the sword. Oh my gosh. No, Jen. Tomorrow they'll be having their baby. We're going to log in tomorrow and see their baby for the first time. Tomorrow. I'm on PC, Douglas. I'm on PC. I'm going to stand up, guys. I have been sitting this whole day. What's on your playlist right now? A little of this.
So it looks like the joke's on
There's no
you.
content. Brant, thank you for the roses.
You knew she's so good.
I gotta stand for a few. The baby!
She's so good.
You won't see to be. She's so good. Tomorrow's gonna be a monumental day. I agree. I agree with you there. I agree with you there. Sing it, baby. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wait, so like what helps the most on your lives? On TikTok, Brant? Heart me's first, taps, shares, and follows. Unfollows are the best things. I don't know why I landed here, guys. On the TikTok side of things, heart me's are the biggest one. And then from there, and then obviously gifting helps a bunch too, but only if you would like to. And just chatting. Write that down, guys. And just yapping. Girl, why did I land where I did? Who's having the baby again? DL Hole and Lisa Rinna are having a baby tomorrow. Send a girl, leave for the TikTok. Thank you. And the GGs. And the heart me. I think it has a very dedicated fan base, Douglas, so I don't think it'll ever die completely, but I do think it definitely is not. It definitely needs some work. Needs some work for sure. For sure. May look evil. Yeah. It's gonna look crazy. Wait, does it pick what the, like, does it combine the parents, like, what they look like? Because that's so funny if it does. But yeah, guys, I'm always happy to answer questions about, especially because a lot of people are curious about monetary stuff with streams. I'm always happy to answer questions about it because I feel like somebody, I know Jessica was asking earlier, like, I'm happy to answer to the best of my ability if someone has a question. Bam, bam, bam. Jokes on you. Well, hell yeah, that would be crazy. Ooh, who's shooting at me? Didn't land any shots there. About 40%. So I can tell you how much we've earned so far this stream. Oh, girl. Hold on, let me lock in for a second. Where is this person? Girl, can I land a shot today? Oh. Lord have mercy on my soul. I don't know what was going on there. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't know what was I don't know what was happening there. I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't know what that was. I'm gonna be so real. I don't know what we just saw there. Got him. About 40%. I'm always happy to share though. They were struggling. Yeah, I'm always happy to share like how much we've earned so far during a stream. I try and be as transparent as I can with it. Transparent as I can with it. Yeah, a whole bunch of like running around. Oh. They were panicking. They were. Girl was panicking. So like, for example, on the TikTok side of things, this live we have made, I've made $10 this live on TikTok. $10.46 to be precise. Emily, thank you for the hand heart. And then on purple, we've made like 20 bucks today. So far 30 all around. Oh, nope. Wait, that's the bot. Damn it. It depends. I've gotten, how long have you been live today? 2 hours and 50, 3 hours. What's the average daily? Below minimum wage, usually. For me, at least. Not, and it's like, we have some amazing, very, very, very generous people in our live streams, but, I mostly big streamers get a lot of the bigger gifts and stuff. We don't monetize as much as like other creators do in terms of gifting. I don't think at least. So ours is, our monetization is quite low compared to other creators. I also stream at a time when like during the day, and daytime people are less likely to gift than they are at nighttime, you know, at nighttime. So it just depends on the time of day as well. And just with trends of people, you know, you spend more money when you are at the end of the day when you're exhausted than you are at the start of your day. You know what I mean? So it really just depends. No, my whole desk goes up and down, but my camera's attached to my desk. Do you feel like you're in better with one game? I thought it was Fortnite, but Fortnite's been kind of ass for us lately. Not gonna lie. So I guess it really just depends. It really just depends. But usually Fortnite. Minecraft too, but I don't play Minecraft much anymore right now. Although we are starting an SMP next week. What are all the games you stream? There's a bunch. Fortnite is our big one, and then like right now we're doing Tomodachi Life as well. There's a couple others. But like, yeah, today, because we're gonna be ending in like 2-3 hours. We'll probably it's closed off, Kayla. I'm sorry. It's not like an open thing. I'm so sorry. Hi, Megan. I know I gotta find ammo. It's with a bunch of other content creators that we worked on it out. Yeah. So it really just depends on the day, usually. Usually. So fun. I totally agree with you on that. It really depends. It really depends if you feel that is like the thing you want to spend on it. It depends if it's like, I think for some people it is. I think for some people it's not. It really just depends, you know? Hi, Sammy. How are you? Well, it looks like the joke's on you. Who's over there? Nope, that's a bot. Is that a bot or a person? Oh my God, it's a fucking bot. I'm so over accidentally triggering the bots. Tomodachi Life. A lot of fun, yeah. You kind of have to have a creative mindset for things. I think with it a little bit. Was there movement there that I wasn't paying attention to? I'm actually going to take... I have no movement. I have no movement today, baddies. Yeah, I would say like for me, I probably wouldn't enjoy the game if I wasn't streaming it. You know what I mean? Fresh Prince of Asia, thank you for the heart me. Why not stream at nighttime? Because honestly, it really affected my mental health. I am a person who I would like to stream more at nighttime, but it was really hard for me because what I used to do is daytime and nighttime streams. And I had no social life because I would be streaming every night instead of every day. So I couldn't, and everything would be like I didn't have any friends or anything, you know? I may go back to nights eventually. I'll be real. It's looking like I may have to go back to nights eventually, just with the rate things have been lately, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And thank you, Haley. I appreciate it. Jojo, thank you for the name shout out. Yeah, if you most do. I mean, there's no way I could survive on what I make from streaming alone. Most of my income comes from sponsorships, from UGC, from other sources of income. Most of it, Jen. I'd say at least 70% of it. It just depends on the creator, though. Depends on the creator, what they got, you know. Kel, that was the hardest thing for me because I would have to, it would just screwed up my whole schedule. It was a lot. I would like to do that. The only issue is like maybe on weekends, maybe, or like Friday nights or something. The issue for me specifically was that, like say I would go live till like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. on a Tuesday and then wake up the next day and try and go live at like 10 a.m. on you know, Wednesday, and it was just awful. It was like I had no like brain. So that was the hardest part. But that's what I used to do. I used to do evening streams and afternoon and day streams as well. I did both. Congrats on ship, maybe one day. Thanks, Ella. Hi, Marie. How are you? But yeah, just recently our viewership's been just down in general, but that's okay. There's waves and seasons, you know. Girl, did that? Immediately pissing me off there with that. Yes and no, Galaxy. Sometimes. Ooh. Girl, I was trying to aim that. No, it's the Infinity Blade. Oh my god, he ran. Have you tried like Valorant? Yes. Not on stream though. Girl, I hate that thing. Oh, and I had like 38 bullets. Oh, and I don't know what you were looking at, Vapes. I had like 50 bullets on each gun. Darwin, thank you for the follows. The only one I didn't was the one of my first one. Would you play on stream? No, I wouldn't. I mean, I did. Oh, and I did. I had 54 and because I looked when you said 2. I had 54 and 38 on both my guns. I had 54 and 38. And Sunday a later stream for summer, so it's like 3 days off. Maybe. Yeah, that's true, Witwit. Yeah. Emma, thank you for the gamer taters. It just happens. It comes in seasons, you know. Taco Bell nuggets recommended. Somebody else got them too and they were burnt. I felt so bad. I felt like a dick. I felt like a dick because they got burnt. They got them burnt. That was me. Was it? Oh, was it you in the chat who said that, Kayla? Oh my god. That's so funny. I'm dead. I felt so bad. Yeah, those nuggets look so bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. Emily, thank you, and Ben, thank you. Dynamite, yeah. I said, why did they give me such? I know they did not look good. They looked. I'm not gonna lie to you. They looked really, really bad. They looked quite awful. Recently, and his looked bad. Did they? Oh no. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Between. Okay. Sorry, I just sent a message there. Yeah, I was typing a message. Sorry, guys. Oh, the low nacho fries that are so good. Yeah, I've realized that some Taco Bell's. Yeah, I mean, it really depends. I think that's for all fast food. It's either like you either get something. It's either your, you know what I mean. To make insert. No, I just can't. It wasn't anything bad. It's just literally somebody sent me a message and I had to respond to. That I had to respond to. And my my brain does not let me focus on more than one thing at a time. I'll be real. Emily, thank you for the spring sunsets. Oh my god, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. My Taco Bell's pretty good. I've never had an issue with my Taco Bell. I know other people have issues. I might be dead here, guys. I might be dead here. Should I ADS this? I don't even know. I might be dead here, guys. This is a bot, but I'm gonna die to a fucking bot because I don't have any other gun. Hi, Baruka. How are you? But yeah, I am thinking of changing my streaming time back to like, I don't know. like 4 to 8 or something, or 4 to 9 maybe. I really haven't decided yet though. I just don't think the days are working too much for us anymore. So I'm trying to figure out new things a little bit. Fish's top 83. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Listen, today is not my day in the game. On you. Like mac and cheese balls, but tacos? Sure. Yeah, Skull of Pharaoh. That's the one thing is I don't want to mess with my rhythm right now. That's the actual, so true. So freaking true, bestie. One time, McDonald's forgot my bacon on my bacon and cheese. I will sometimes go, my least favorite thing is I'll go to, not Taco Bell, Dunkin' Donuts, and I'll get one of those, maybe a zesty have it. Yeah, I feel like even just pushing it back, like, it's just that I love having evenings. I really love having evenings. So it's so hard to stream day. It's so hard to stream nights because I love having my evenings a lot. I really do. I really do. Because honestly, that's when I can like decompress. Because before stream usually, Jonty, holy shit! What the heck with the flying jets? Are you kidding me? You didn't have to do that.
Baby, I shake that ice. I shake that ice. Shake that ice.
Oh my gosh, and Elise, thank you for the rose. Dante, thank you so much. Girl, I don't blame you. 5. Yeah. It's less that like I don't want to. It's more so that like I am a person who part of like my brain, and a lot of people are like this, you know, like when you have a doctor's appointment at like 3 p.m. and your entire day is like, there's nothing else you can do for the whole day because you have a doctor's appointment at 3 p.m. So your entire day is basically ruined because you have a doctor's appointment at 3 p.m. So like you have to, you know what I mean? That's kind of how it was for me when I streamed in the evenings. My existence prior to stream was just me trying to be ready for stream. And then I would go and stream till like 11 or something. And then I would have no time after stream. So that, if that makes sense. So that's like one of the big issues I had with streaming during the evenings is I wasn't able to like exist as a human being prior to me streaming during the day, if that makes sense. And now it's like when I get done with stream, I can like, if I wanted to, I could go out and do things. I can, you know what I mean? I mean, we do 1 to 7. We usually end around 6:30, but I do 1 to 7, Emily, unless your time is different than mine is. Hi, BFC, how are you? Yeah, I don't really know. And it was tough when I tried to split it up too, you know. I'm an EST, Kayla, so it's 4:20 for me right now. Blaze it. Blaze it. Girl, what am I grabbing? What am I doing? I'm not even playing remotely well right now. 5 hours ahead of me. Yeah, I'm in the evening for UK time. Jonty, can we get some slays again for Jonty with those flying jets, by the way? Sorry if thank you so much. That was crazy. That was insane. Thank you. That was quite literally so kind of you. But yeah, I don't know. What if you alternate some days so you still have your nights if you want? See, that was the thing I used to do. So I used to do, what I would do is if I did nights again, it would have to be, I would either need to have the day off the next day, or it would have to be, like if I did a night stream, it would have to be either 2 nights in a row and a day off, or a night stream and a day off, if that makes sense. Because part of the issue is I would stream till, let's say, 8 p.m., and then I would have to wake up and stream immediately, and it just threw my whole circadian rhythm off, if that, you know what I mean? I want to try, people keep asking me to try the new one that's out. What's the new one? From the Met Gala, I know the steal the brain rot, but not steal the brain rot one. That makes sense, yeah. Because like that's what we used to do. I used to do 10 a.m. BFC with the Chasing the Dream. Hello.
I want fabulous, that is my simple request. All things fabulous.
Thank you so much, Droid Tycoon. Yeah. Hi, Jack.
Inspiring to help me get a look. I need a little fabulous. Is that so wrong?
I mean, listen. At the end of the day, BFC is going insane. Girl, what the hell? BFC, thank you so freaking much. Oh my God. One of them was adjustment. Yeah, different time zones. Yeah, that's one of the things. I mean, at the end of the day, I think I also don't have to be as rigid with my schedule. I think that would probably help more as well. Like if there's a day where I'm like, I want to stream earlier, like I want to start at 11 a.m. and not 1 p.m. because I have the time and we'll stream till I feel like I'm done, then we do that. If there's a day where like, actually, I want to do an evening stream, guys, and I want to be on for that. Like, I think that's one thing I need to do. Casey, I literally wrote a whole thing about it. I'll have to send it to you. If you want, I'll send it to you, Casey. I wrote about that idea. That's one thing I'm considering a little bit, you know? Kind of like how, I mean, that's kind of how Happy Gal does it, you know? Favorite Disney movie? Okay, it's a Disney Channel original movie, but it's Lemonade Mouth, and I count it as a Disney movie. And I count it as a Disney movie. Okay? Because I think it's the best out there. BFC, thank you so much. And Junty, thank you guys. You guys are so sweet. It is. It's literally so good. I don't know, Madison. We'll see. Start practicing those emotes. Sundrag all the time. But yeah, so that's like one of the things that I thought about. It's just that I don't know. I'm like, evenings are nice to have when I can like, I don't know. Like I go to bed at midnight now. Like I'm in bed at midnight and I wouldn't want to change that anymore. I wouldn't want to change that. Cause I actually do have a sleep schedule now that is healthy for me, I guess, in a way. Girl, there's the bot. Where's the person? Is it just the bot? Why? I don't know that. Schedule's no fun. Yeah. No, he was waiting. He was camping. Fucker. I knew it. I should have known. He was camping and waiting. Girl. Literally, I'm running. Like, girl, you're pissing me off. I hope that, like, that's the most annoying shit I've ever seen in my entire life. I hate that. That's so annoying. Camping while you have an NPC to distract me is crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. That was such a trap. Emily, thank you for the handouts. Amber, thank you for the gamer level up. Do you play Stream anymore? No, I haven't, Shrek. I haven't. Maybe just on the last day before a day off, we have one cozy night stream week. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is like maybe Friday nights. You know what I mean? Like maybe Friday nights we do like a Friday night stream. You know? Sorry, I was sending a message there. Okay, sorry, I got another message that came through. Friday play a great day for it too. Yeah, like Friday, you know, kind of just trying that out. Emily, thank you for the follow. Emily, thank you for the gamer taters. It's really, it really just depends, you know. That's the only thing. It just depends. Little guinea pigs, yeah. I mean, it may be great, it may not, you know. I don't know. I don't know. It's just hard though, because I am the type of person that exists where like my brain, if I know I have stream at 5 p.m., I can't do anything prior to 5 p.m. I mean, I'll do work for my stream. I'll do work for stream, you know what I mean? And like get things ready for the day and do work for stream, you know, like when I wake up in the morning, I get ready for the day. And then like usually from like 10 to 1, I'm doing stuff for stream. So I'm like recording videos, I'm doing sponsorship things, I'm doing whatever that I have going on. But it's always to get ready for, like, I'm not like, you know, going out for breakfast with a friend or going to do this if I don't have to. So I think that's like a little bit of it, you know, unless it's like something very specific. So I don't know. Katie, thank you for the gamer taters. I also do think too, it's like, hi Booty, how are you? That there's always going to be people online. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, there's always people who are going to be watching. So the time might not matter. And it's just a different approach to things that we take one day, you know? Like literally paralyzed if I have an appointment in the afternoon. Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping this new medication that I start on tomorrow will help adjust that a little bit, but we'll see, you know? We'll see. It really just depends. It really does just depend. But guys, thank you so much for all the love. Actually, let's see what we're doing on the level up thing. Hi, Millie. How are you? I just know oh my God, guys, we're top 20. Holy shit. We're 19th place, guys. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. What was I saying? Sorry, I'm like trying to like also yap a little bit with y'all today. I also think part of it too for me is being able to like, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Be flexible in the schedule that I do have, you know? Be flexible in the schedule that I do have so that I can do those things. But I'm never going to be like a, you know, midnight streamer again. I mean, I used to be that late. We used to do like late nights and I would do midnight, sometimes 1 in the morning. Like usually like when Ventress was online, like that was when I used to be online, like that nighttime. I just can't go back. I can't go back to that personally. My brain just can't. I can't do it. I can't do it for me personally. Human, right now I'm so confused. I never played at Zella. So that's the one thing is like figuring out like the balance of it, I think, of like, okay, do I just need to start a little like an hour or two later and see how that feels? Nicole, thank you for the zesty vesty mints. Would you ever do a 24-hour stream? Maybe one day. I would never say never. Never say never. But you guys know me, I'm real bitchy. I get real bitchy after 5 hours of stream. So how am I supposed to do 24 hours? I get to be a real bitch after 6 or 7 hours of streaming. So how am I gonna do 24? Yeah, I'm also a person that like, I don't know. I like to be able to go to bed, you know? Oh, I know you guys will. I'm actually not worried about it at all. You know what I mean? I think part of it is just like, I've just noticed trends with our audience versus like when I used to do evening streams, we definitely had a lot more traction on things than we do when I just do day streams. And that's just kind of how it goes when you do day streams as someone who, you know, exists during the daytime. But that's just kind of how it is, you know? Exactly. Harley, thank you for the heart. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm doing all right, Savannah. How are you? We're living today. We're here. Our bestie is smart. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, we just continue to keep playing with things and we'll see what fits and what doesn't fit. And we'll make it work, designers, you know? And I also think it's okay if I do. Part of my thing too is there are days where I'm like, I can't go live because I'll only be able to be live for 3 hours. And I feel like for me, I would rather be able to do like a 3-hour evening stream than be like, I can't go live because I can't do my 7-hour stream or whatever, or a 6-hour stream. Yeah, Axra, I was a night owl. I was a night owl down bad for the longest time, and I have finally gotten myself out of being a night owl all the time. And so that's the only thing, is I just don't want to go back to being a night owl. I don't want to go back to being a night owl because it honestly was so unhealthy for me. Just mentally, it just was not the best. Hi, Chef. How are you? Oh, never mind. No, we're talking about going back to doing night streams sometimes. It's just, if it's really tough, Trinity. It's really tough. It's just tough for me to do. But at the same time, like, I mean, if you guys want to know as I am honest with you guys, like when I used to do nighttime streams, like for example, on TikTok, we used to make, and you guys know I love to be transparent with you guys because I think it's very important. When I was a nighttime streamer, I was averaging about $5,000 a month from TikTok, which is a lot. And please, and that, it's a lot. Now, mind you, 40% goes to taxes, blah, 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 blah. Now on TikTok daytime, I average like maybe $1,000 a month, maybe, if that. Sometimes mostly less than that usually, which is totally fine. But there is obviously like a significant change in terms of just exist. Yeah, that's a big jump. Yeah, for sure. And again, I'm not a person who like pushes for like gifting or anything like that. So it's not part of like, or I don't do it a lot, but, girl, those, yeah, sim streams when people were crazy in those sim streams with gifting. It was insane. But like, and the same on Purple too, Purple's the same way too. Oh, it's not just one platform too. It's both, But I like also changed the way that I looked at income. Like I didn't rely on my streams for income as much. I mean, it's a main source of it, but it's not the only thing. If it was, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. Take this. Why do I have this fishing rod? Hello? And that's not to me also being like, man, people need to start. That's not what that is. That's just me like doing the math on everything, if that makes sense. And most of the time it's because one, our main audience is working. They're busy. And, I also think the economy went to shit too, which is a huge part of it. A little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. Ooh, somebody's over here. Girl, how did that miss? How did that miss? Yeah, the blessing and curse having a play community. Yeah. TikTok Flash is a real thing. Yes, it is, Alina. Yeah. That also too. Yeah, absolutely. I had nosebleed. Oh my gosh. That's why I always say, guys, if you do end up getting, and this is not me saying do it this way right now, but like if you end up getting coins on TikTok that you do spend on streamers or on Purple, please don't use your phone. For the love of God, of everything that I ask you, don't use your phone. Don't use your phone. Whatever you do, don't use your phone. Oh my God. Because you're being charged 30% more for coins by using your phone. If you're on TikTok and on Purple, you want to use a browser because you're paying an Apple fee or a Samsung fee depending on what you're on. Hi, Lindsay, how are you? Same for subs on Purple, same for everything. Yes. So like if you get coins on TikTok, you want to go to tiktok.com/coin. You don't want to use the app. And if you're on Twitch, you want to go on the website and not through the app. If you're subscribing, if you're gifting bits, anything like that. No, it's also for Purple too, Shrek. For bits specifically over there. It's both. I don't know if it's subs specifically, but I know for bits it is. Hi, Chan, how are you? It'll always be cheaper if you don't do it in the app. Always. Always, always, always. Yeah, you don't even need a computer. You just have to go to your browser instead. Patreon subs, yeah. So like you'll get more. So for example, like, I don't know. Say you buy 1,000 coins. I don't know how much 1,000 coins cost. Is it $10? How much is it if you were to buy it on your phone right now? I think it's like, what is it, y'all? How much is it? I don't even know. I think 10. I think it's a little bit more than 10 though, right? On your phone. 1,400 is 20. Okay, so for $10 is 700. So for $10 you'll get 1,000 online. So for $10 you'll get 1,000. If that makes sense. Because they take 30%. Same with Twitch, you'll get more bang for your buck that way too. Yeah, they always take 30%. It's when I guess. And the thing is I don't get any more or less. That's, you know what I mean? Like I get the same amount whether you're spending more or not. The only people who are getting it is Apple and Samsung. Or not Samsung. Or is it Samsung? Android, whatever it is. Yeah, it's their like service fee because it's like their service fee. It's in every, I mean, it's basically every app has it. Google, thank you. My brain could not think of the platform it was on. It's like it's the third-party app fee that just exists. Unfortunate. Amanda, thank you for the first ever gift with the heart me. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So that's why I always say if you're gonna send anything at all, please buy it online first. Especially like if you give 5 subs on Purple, I'm telling you, it's probably gonna be $10 cheaper than if you do it in the app. Like if you do it on a website, then you do it in the app. Which is crazy. Crazy that it is that way, but that's what it is. Oh, Amanda, thank you for the harmony. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Batty. Hi, AJ. How are you? Ba-bow. Trade those out. No worries, Mary. We'll see you later, Batty. Girl, another person. We're doing all right, Mandalorian. How are you? Where are they? Where are they? I do watch Euphoria, yes. Okay, I kind of played that pretty good. Hi, Tombstone, how are you? Nexus, thank you for gifting 2 subs. Wait, thank you, Batty. I actually do like it. Oh. Vanessa, thank you for the heart me. And guys, if you're scrolling by, make sure to leave a follow for his SD Bestie. We are 1 follower away on TikTok from 40 followers this stream. So thank you for following if you're new. It's from Euphoria. Oh my God. Nexus, was there a big one? I'm actually curious. What was the difference? If you don't mind telling me. This way over here. What are overdrives? Hi, Mehek, how are you? Perry the Platypus. It's a bot. It's Perry the Platypus the bot. The grenades. Oh, the Temu shockwaves. Thank you. Girl, where? Wait, where? In the bunker? Hello? Am I blind? Oh, above. Oh, thank you. I'm like, am I blind? Mahak, we are. Actually, it was supposed to rain today and it's not raining anymore. I'm very excited to go outside again today. Very excited. Let's third party like a little shit. Like a little shit. I had the third party. Do they have any heals? They do. Meow, 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 meow. It's raining here. Yeah, next is how. Can you tell me what the difference was? Do you mind sharing? I'm actually curious because I actually have no idea. I don't know. $12 for 2 instead of 16. There you go, y'all. So that's. Can somebody do the math? What's that divided by 2? What's 12 divided by 2? That's 6, right? Yes, guys. Could I just not do 12 divided by 2 right now? Girl, please. And what's 16 divided by 2? Guys, don't do this to me right now. Hi, Stephanie, 8. So it's basically $2 cheaper a sub from the website than it is in there. And she did eat. And she did eat. Sunny, thank you for the heart me. You seriously don't know? I can't think about a night rig. I mean, if I want to do the math, I could, but I don't want to do it. My brain did not want to do it right now. She, thank you for the heart puff. My brain didn't want to do it. Okay. Any math I have to think a little on. All right. Yes, I do not do simple math for a living most of the time.
Guess what?
I'm in New York, Sydney. I took her to
my penthouse.
Thomas,
and I just
thank you.
freaked it by myself.
Ourselves. Trin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Trin. Girl, this always bugs out for me. I don't know why. Is that a bot over there? Like, why is he in storm? Oh, is he landing outside? That's gotta be him there. Yeah, that's him. What is he doing? Oh, he's got a bot too. Thomas, thank you for the gamer taters. Oh, Jesus. And of course, now he's waiting for me. What the fuck? What was that? What the fuck one-shot me? Did you guys see how much my health went down? Wait, what was that? What hit me that hard? I'm genuinely curious. Like, that was actually kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't know. It knocked me. I think I was like, I mean, I had full health. And what did I go to? Like 30 health. So that was what? I mean, what was that? And that was one shot. Whatever it was. That was crazy. That's wild. 170 damage. Yeah, whatever that was 170. That's insane. That's insane, y'all. Chloe, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. No, Thomas, not today. Oh yeah, more because of the extra 50 though, right? Wouldn't it be? It would be 2 something. That's what I was thinking, right? Because of the extra. I wonder what hit that. Because it was one hit. It was one thing that hit. He hit me once, which I was like, what the hell? Like, I was kind of shocked at that. 230, yeah. That's actually insane, whatever it was. I want to know what he was carrying to do that much damage. Like, I want to know what he was carrying because that was crazy. Hi, Twister, how are you? Thank you for the heart meme. Guys, thank you for following if you're new here, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping support the stream as always. Y'all are fabulous. Y'all are fabulous. We do have our goals on purple still, y'all. We are staying on TikTok, though. I think we're close on TikTok. Kyle, thank you for the heart, me. Welcome in. Hell yeah, I'm gonna be real. I might not do viewer games today. If you want to save it for another day. I'm kind of like a little. If that's okay. My brain is so fried right now. But we might be able to. Give me a few if that's all right, and let me think. And then I'll be like, yeah, or meh. Is he in here? No. He's got to be down. I'm so fried today. Oh! Oh! Sue, I think so. Can somebody answer Sue if they know? I actually don't know in the chat. There you go. Thank you, Nexus. Oh, girl. Okay. Top 5. Ooh. He's above. Girl, what are we doing here? I mean, what were we trying to do? And I'm getting third partied. Oh, honey. Fuck! Every damn time. Oh my God, I hate this game. You cannot exist in this game without one third party on you. Every damn time, y'all. Every damn time. Yes, but we might do more. We did some yesterday. Yeah, I think we should maybe do more planned ahead. I agree with you. Oh. Third party is so unreal this season. I can't even breathe half the time. Okay, I'm running out of movement, guys. Like, there's just no place safe. Hi, Kate. How are you? I'm trying to clock where they are. We got somebody over there. Ugh, I desperately need more movement. A girl desperately needs more movement. Nothing. I'm just gonna be too strong. Somebody's hiding in here. Fuck me. Holy shit, dude. This is crazy today. I can't. Today is it's insane. Danielle, thank you, Batty. He dropped down. I'm really low. Ugh. Oh, this is not what I need. Wait. Where is he? I have no movement. Yeah! Oh my God. Oh, girl. I locked in. God damn. This game's gonna give me fucking heart palpitations. I worked for that one. Holy mother of God. Ooh. Damn. I was so close to death too. Yeah, we earned a crown there for that. I was so close to death there too. Oh my God. Girl, that was crazy. Sue, you're looking at the sub working. I love it. And Brendan, thank you for the follow. I got scared. I was nervous. Gagged, honey. Gagged. Jessica, thank you for the follow. Gagged. Gooped. And if you're not following for that, then girl, what you doing?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, is slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss
Mm-hmm.
it. Girlfriend ATL.
And what are you doing? Well, thank you, Justicles. And Chrissy, thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you. You played 4 games and you just logged off too soon for me today. Girl, I'll tell you what. We have been getting our ass handed to us today. Thank you for the heart me as well. I tell you, I don't think we've gotten a win in a couple of days now. Like today's the first, like that's our first win in a hot min. Not gonna lie. In a hot minute. No, Meredith, we need to. We need to. I think I'll do the karaoke. If we say our goals today, I'll do the karaoke in Fortnite. How's that sound? I'll do that today. As like a fun little end for the afternoon. If we slay up. We got some work to do though. I think it'd be fun though. Laura and Chrissy, thank you for the game rotators. I appreciate you. I won one and I'm scared to load into another game. Honestly, that's me. I'm like, now do I want to load in? I'm like, Guys, we're in 20th place right now. Thank you again. We're in 20th place right now for the competition thing that's going on. So thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it on TikTok. It was so funny, was it? Amanda, thank you for the gamer level ups. I do love watching the videos. I've been watching some of them. Some of my stuff got delivered. Guys, my nasty ass book arrived. My nasty book arrived, guys. She's here. My nasty book's here. What book? It's the second of the Butcher and Blackbird books, because you guys convinced me to watch them or read them. So the second book just arrived just now. Yes, shit's nasty. Y'all are sick and twisted individuals. Yeah, Leather and Lark. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the stories, I listen, it's no, as I said earlier, it's no Pulitzer Prize winner, okay? It's, you know, it ain't changing the world. It's a lot of just smut, but it's not bad. And hell yeah, welcome back in. That bonus chapter. I haven't read the, wait, did I read the bonus chapter? Wait, in the first one? Oh, is that somebody from my, who was that? I just didn't think of the Zesty Vesty Mints. Whoa! Jaunty with another huge gift with the Under Control. Are you kidding me? Thank you so much, my friend. Wait.
Baby, I shake that ice.
A punishment game. Ooh. Wait, I'm kind of excited. Thank you so much, Batty. Wait, now I'm like interested. Now I'm like, wait, what do you mean punishment game? What do you mean punishment game? Maybe. Thank you so much. Can we get some slays for Jaunty in the chat right now, guys? And Angelina, thank you for the Zesty Bessie Mints. That might have gotten us to complete our goal on TikTok for the day, I think. We love a we do. I don't know how close we are. So they would just be purple baddies. Purple girlies. Oh, okay, wait. I did not land right. Tori with the first ever gift. Oh my God, thank you for sending a first ever gift here. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Okay, now I'm gonna be throwing sweat lobbies, guys. Now that I've done this, I'm gonna be throwing in sweat lobbies. Now that I've done this, okay, 91 today. I'm gonna be in sweat lobbies now that I got a single win. You guys know how it be. And Thomas, thank you for the gamer taters. Oh God. Why are there so many people here? I don't like it. Oh God. Lordy freaking low. Somebody's out here going crazy. I feel like I should run. I would need to find, okay, City, what I need to find is a gay one. Like, I need a queer chaos love story. You know what I mean? Like, I need two men going at it, you know? Is that a book, Sydney, or is that something? I don't like that there's Sabrina there. I don't like that. I'm straight, I agree. Right? Like, we need it. Heated rivalry. Okay, I'm sorry. You guys know my hot takes on heated rivalry. If you don't, I'm not a huge fan of it. Maybe I'd like the book better though. Maybe I'd like the book better. How going at it you want? Oh, I'm down for whatever, Glitter. I'll pull up my Goodreads. I would like a little storyline with the smut though. God of Fury. That's what somebody mentioned to me earlier. Like the book a lot better. Okay. Hey. Damn, I got him for 114 there. That's crazy. He ran. He ran, guys. Look at him go. Okay, whatever. Okay, whatever. I know, I got him 114 there. He just kept going. He just kept going, girls. Oh. Wait, there's somebody else though. I have two. There's somebody behind me too. Oh wait, it's my stream sniper. Hi, baddie. I'm gonna focus on this person over here. Girl, where is she? She's below me. Girl. No, shit. Okay, never mind. Wait, that's a real person. That's a real person. Hello? How is that a real person? That username was not a fake one. Winging it with you? No, I have not. Bots carry gloves too? Yeah, but that username though. The username was like something wild. The username was something wild. That's why I was like, hold on. Are you getting tacos or anything for dinner? I don't know. Oh, fuck me. Girl. Congrats, Star Slurp. I hope you slurp on some cock tonight. Hi, Vanessa. This fucking game, man. I know she was waiting for me too. I know she kept like following me. I just know. Honeyfield notes with the raid. Hopefully you didn't hear my crash out just then. Welcome in, baddies. Hello, honey, and the raiders. Hello, hello. I green. Okay, good. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie, and this is
It's Britney, bitch.
my mic came unplugged. No, my microphone. Anyways, my name is Vinny, your zesty bestie. Hi, welcome in. My mic, the little clip on my microphone came out of my mic, which has never happened before. So that's what just happened there. I was like, what happened, girl? And I know if I didn't see that right away, I would have been like freaking out for 2 hours trying to figure out why my microphone was not working. I just know. Well, honey, I hope you had a good time in Elden Ring. If you have to go, please don't forget to stick around. But otherwise, welcome in and thank you so much for bringing your community over. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. And thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And guys, we are slaying our goals on TikTok and Purple. We are currently on TikTok 93% of our way to the goal for the day. And on Purple, we are about halfway. We got some work to do on Purple today, but we're getting close. It's so iconic, yes. Thank you. Were you silent? I was silenced. Haley, thank you for the zesty bestie mints. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And welcome in. It's so iconic, yeah. It's one of my favorite intros that we have. It's one of my favorite ones. I mean, I love this one too.
Why are you gay?
We're a little gay. No way. We're a little gay. No way. We're a little gay. Okay. We're a little gay. What's that you say? Gay. Is gay okay? Okay. You wanna eat like a buffet? Then you gotta make it gay. Rainbows, Birkins, streamers, speed walking.
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
Well, it's been a while since we played that one. It's been a hot minute since we played that one. Not gonna lie. You need the wig right now, Vinny? Well, maybe. At least thank you for the rose. We will, how about this? I'll put on the wig today and play around, and we'll do karaoke in the wig if we finish our goals on both platforms today. How's that? There you go. But that's the only way we'll do it. For the afternoon. Okay, Taryn, thank you for the go popular. But that means we got work to do. Hi, Sarah, how are you? I'm not that innocent. And see the ball picture? You're pushing a little bit, Kels. How long are you streaming today? I do have to go to the pharmacy today, unfortunately. No, oh my God, guys, my book is not coming till tomorrow. It says expected delivery tomorrow. They moved my delivery. And I need to see what time the pharmacy closes. Hold on. So I just need to see when they close. Okay, so they're only open until 7. So I might end in like an hour-ish. Maybe like an hour and a half. Leather and Lark. Hell yeah, Leather and Lark. To be or not to be. Reese, thank you for the finger heart. I appreciate it. So we do have some time for it, but... Kodak, thank you for the heartbeat too. And guys, if you're scrolling on the FYP and seeing this live, make sure to say hello in the chat. Let me know how you're doing. Leave a follow. We're almost to 50 followers on TikTok. So if you're willing to leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie, that would be really sexy and cool. And I know you want to be sexy and cool. Oh, who died down? Was it down here? No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's fine. I'm dead. Just kidding. I kind of want to get tacos tonight, but I don't know. We'll see. Yes, I have read the song Achilles. Love that book. I read that book in high school, ages and ages ago. Oh, was it a purple vector? I thought I don't know what I was doing. I'm not gonna lie to you. They're in the bush. Oh, it's my stream sniper. Hi, cutie. Hi, Abigail. How are you? Run. Run. You want me to take you out? Okay. Okay. She said hit it from the back, queen. She said hit it from the back. Well. Well. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. The immediate sacrifice. Where's the other? In here. I haven't read it yet. It's really good. It's really good. I haven't read it. It's high school, I think, is when I read it last, but it is very good. I'm gonna take some to half. Girl, who's calling me spam risk? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right, where's my bot? Come here, body. Here, body, yaddy, yaddy, yaddy. Here, body, yaddy, yaddy, yaddy. Where is she? Oh, she's above me? Wait. I heard the gloves. Is she up top? Girl, where is she? Yeah, it is very sad. Not a lot of crazy sex in that one, though. You know, not really smut. Not really smut, per se, on that one. Somebody took my rival! Little shit. Look at her. God, I can't hit a shot on him. Never mind, got him. But the best smut is on AO3. Yeah, well, I know that. I know where I can find the best smut if I really want to find it. I mean, if I really want to, I know where I can. If you friended me on Goodreads, wait, Sydney, I do have a Goodreads, but I think I need to change it because it's my like legal name. It's like my legal name. Wait, what is AO3? Girl, you don't want to know. Kelsey, you don't want to know, babes. What's your favorite loadout? I don't know. Honestly, Shrek, I kind of just go with whatever. Brady, thank you for the heart meme. I've never needed to know more. Oh, so you know the ancient texts? I do. Sniffy's main group chat. I'll give me a screenshot of mine so you can go, thank you, Sydney. They really don't, user. Guys, we're 2 followers on TikTok from 45 followers this stream. Who's going to help us get to 45? We're 2 away on TikTok. Are you homophobic or are you going to follow? Caitlin, you're an ally. Thank you for following Batty. Guys, Caitlin's an ally. And Bubblegum is too. La Boubla La Gum. And Olivia too. All of yous are alloys. Hey Daisy, how are you? And guys, over your daily heart meets if you're on TikTok, right up where you leave a little follow too, if you haven't dropped one before. Meow. Okay, I feel like the games haven't been, I mean, we've been playing pretty good today. They're like sweaty, but not awful. I don't know. I really can't tell. Thank you for the follow, user. I appreciate it. Honey, you always cook, do we? Kylo Ren fanfic. Oh my God. Ooh, Mallard, gross. Bree, thank you for the heartbeat. Let's go find Demon Monkey 56. Come on, Demon Monkey. Let's go. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Demon Monkey. I'll be your Demon Monkey. Monkey, monkey, monkey. You broke my heart in two. If you know, you know. If you don't know what that's from, then you're not a theater kid. Wait, Zessie, did you see Blake Lively's fit? Yes, we went through all of them. I actually liked Blake Lively's fit. I mean, I know we don't like Blake Lively, but I liked her fit. I'm not, ooh. Wait, Hi, rival. Bye, rival. Oh, she was carrying 2 shotguns. Okay, vocals. I actually liked the fit quite a bit. I mean, I think my favorite fit of the whole night, though, was Emma Chamberlain's. I think Emma Chamberlain's fit was the best. I love Dochi's. I loved Cameron Domingo's, is that his name? I loved who else did I love? I loved SZA's. Cardi B's I did not like. I liked Heidi's too. Heidi's was camp. Let's be real. Heidi's was camp, guys. And I like Tate McRae's too. Yeah. Now, was it really super on theme? I don't know, but I think those ones were the best on theme and the best overall, you know? Wait, that's crazy. Oh! Is this a bot? I can't tell. No. Not a bot, just a bad player. Not a bot, just a bad player. You broke my heart in two. That was a bot, though. I liked Hudson's. What I didn't like about Hudson's, I didn't like his... I thought the look was great, and I thought the makeup was great, but I felt like the makeup did not work with the fit. I feel like the makeup did not match the fit. I didn't love Rihanna's. I loved Beyonce's, except for the helmet that she wore, whatever. I feel like the makeup did not match the fit super well. Like, it just didn't feel like it fit correctly, you know? Like, I didn't hate it. I thought it was cute, but at the same time, I was like, I don't really like, it didn't really match, like, his fit. And Katie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Heidi's I loved. Heidi's is camp, you know? I feel so bad. Like, I don't think the makeup was bad by any means. I just don't think it matched, like, the actual fit he was wearing. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, it just didn't, you know? I kind of think it would have been better if there wasn't, because he had, like, half of it red. Ooh, wait. Let's do that. He had, like, half of it red, and I feel like the red was, like... I don't know. Like, the red was kind of weird, you know? Heidi always cooks. Let's be real. Oh, no. Hi, oh my God, I've watched you so long. Oh, my God, you're so fine. Welcome back in, CRSG. How are you? And just Kate here. Thank you for the follow. I think the rules divided by Hudson's. My friends hate it. I thought it was fine. Do I think it was the best male dressed? No, I don't. I don't think it was the best male dressed. Oh, my God, top 5. I wasn't paying attention. I don't. Bad Bunnies, I thought was... I get what he was trying to do with Bad Bunnies, but I didn't really love it. I feel like there could have been a better way to do it. Like, I know that the idea was, like, aging is art, which I agree with. I think it would have been cooler if he incorporated something that was, like, I don't know, more real rather than, like, prosthetic makeup, maybe. Then it just felt like we're in a Halloween show a little bit. You know what I mean? And not the Met Gala. Art. Truly, Casey. I'm doing good. Yes, over your daily Hermes. Yes, thank you, thank you. Ooh. Hold on, let me lock in. Damn, that thing kind of hits hard, doesn't it? That thing kind of hits hard, doesn't it? Damn. That's kind of crazy. Lex, thank you for the heart me. That thing kind of hits hard. Broke my heart in two. I'll hello 240. How are you? But yeah, like, I think if we do a nighttime stream, baddies, like, I would start the stream at this time and go like till, I don't know, maybe like 9 or something. I'm not sure yet. I really haven't decided. I don't know. I just don't know. A girl just does not know. I am EST, yeah. I can't do super late streams. My brain can't do it anymore, and it was too much on me. But I kind of need to start unfortunately, just with the way that streams have been, I feel like we kind of have to start doing nighttime streams a little bit more again. Unfortunately. My usual stream schedule is like 1 to 6 or 7-ish EST, usually. Hi, Mr. Greggles. No worries. I think so. ESPN. I do. Brain goes burr. Yeah, my brain goes burr too. And now that I've actually like built an actual nighttime schedule for myself. Tori, thank you for the finger hearts, and 240, thank you for the gamer taters. That it's like, it's tough, but I do think I want to be able to do more. I wouldn't be as Lex. I would never be as late as Ventress. I don't think I could ever do like midnight or later. Like if I did a night stream, it would be like maybe like 5 to 9. Or maybe 5 to 10 if it's like a really special evening or something. And I would have to have the day off the next day. The issue is for me is I'm a person now who is in bed at like midnight now. And I wasn't that like 3 months ago. I wasn't that 3 months ago, but I really, I think as a human being, need to be able to be in bed at that time. I think. I know, and the thing is, like, it's tough because I know I'd probably have more of an audience at nighttime than I would at during the daytime, but it is kind of tough, you know? Yeah, she's just on later, which is totally fine. My brain is just, she gets fried, you know? She gets fried. So I have to figure it out. I would like to do a nighttime stream. Start trying a nighttime stream even just once in a while, you know? Like Friday nights or something. Yeah. Back to Mr. Kirkles. Yeah. Every time you say EST, I think you're talking about Myers-Briggs personality types. No, Eastern Standard Time. Yeah. Friday is the time I would think. Where are we at with our goals today? We basically have hit the goals on TikTok. We're very close. Purple, we're behind, but we might be able to catch up. I broke my heart in two. Mickey, thank you for the gamer taters. Guys, I'm kind of just camping a little bit because there's only 4 people left. That's what I was thinking, Golden Pharaoh. Like, if I did Friday nights and take Saturday and Sunday off, just to try it. I mean, if nighttimes end up being like the time when to stream, then like I could also do that, you know? Yeah, I know. Everybody. This is how every game is, not Kahoot. This is how every game is. Every game is a camp off now. Yeah, I mean, I would love to do more night stream. It's really just my mental health, you know what I mean? Because what I was doing, ooh. Now, girl, how did you know I was in here? How did she even know I was in there? I wasn't even firing a gun. I hate this game. Like, this is the thing. Every stream is just a camp off until somebody pushes in. I like can't. Who was it? Who was it? I don't even know who eliminated me. Let's see. Of course, it's anonymous. I mean, I was gonna do it in streams just to see, to block them. I mean, they probably weren't, but fishy. Let me go to replays and see. They probably just saw me when I was moving in. Monkey. But honestly, it just depends, because sometimes we also have like totally fine, no problem streams during the daytime. So I don't know. I think it just might be this week. This week's been really funky for us stream wise. Might just be this week. Okay. Where did I die? Who? Wait, is this the person that eliminated me? Oh my God, wait, I think they are stream sniping me. No, this isn't, right? Why can I not see the other people? Hi, Riley. Francisco. Oh my God. Wait, never mind. I would need you. I got them. I found your screenshot. Hello. Where is it? It's only showing me 3 other people. Where's the other person? Can I not see anonymous players in replays? This is the person who got me. I found him. I'm just trying to see if they saw me. I'm curious. Okay, they just saw me in the bush. They didn't stream snipe. They just saw me in the bush. And I didn't clock them at all. And I didn't clock them at all. Oh well, report it anyways, I guess. Oh well, what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? Only so much you can do. Into a whale. Emma's was my favorite. Emma and Dochi. Baddies, I did say we would do karaoke, Fortnite karaoke in a wig if we hit our goals today. So we got a little bit left, but we couldn't maybe slay those up. Think about the lint roller. I know. Listen. Purity Grand Emma. I know, right? I liked it a lot. Monkey, monkey, monkey. No, they were not sniping. No, they were not. Tori, thank you for the gamer taters. Francisco, you still can't. I know. I submitted. Is your TikTok username Francisco's? Is it the username on Purple? I sent them your screenshot. Gemini, how are you? You look irritating. Cute though. Be my son. Call me mommy. I only do that for people who pay for it. So if you want me to call me mommy, you can pay for me. There is a little button down next to the chat log where there's a gift option. You click that. You scroll all the way down to a universe. You send that, and then I'll call you mommy. Otherwise, you do not earn anything in this chat just for being in here. You do not get that for you. I will not call you mommy for nothing. Okay. Absolutely not. Was I the bus driver? Oh, well. I am the worst bus driver. I'll tell you what. I'm immediately like, bye, gotta go. Immediately, I'm like, don't even care. Period. Exactly, Jen. Broke my heart in two. Tell them this in the universe. I'll also call them mommy. Yeah, right. Ah! 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 Girl, where was she going? What was she doing? Where was she going? She just was trying to scoot around. What was she doing? Like, girl. Benjamin, thank you for the GG. You guys sound like a seagull. Ah! Broke my heart in two. Woogity, thank you for the gamer level ups. Did you watch Heartbreak High? I did not. Nolan, I feel you. It's been tough. Hi, Tilly. How are you? No, Green Bean. Maybe I should compete. Maybe I should compete. Now that you say something. Now that you say something, maybe I should compete in the Seagull Olympics. Wait, Seagull is it? Oh, impersonate. Why did I say Olympics? The Seagull Olympics. No, it means a lot to me, Francisco. I did send it. Okay, wait. I'm gonna send that off to TikTok as well. So they have that. Thank you. Could you send me a screenshot from today as well, if you would be willing to go check it right now? Because I'm like reporting it to TikTok directly, Francisco's. You broke my heart in two. Oh! Oh! Just leave a bitch alone. I missed it, Kayla. I didn't see it. Like, let a girl breathe a little, you know? That's too much to ask for. Oh, hey. Got Spork Master. Girl, I read that as something else. I read that as something else. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm blasting your car speakers. Pull Casey over! She's got drugs in the back seat. This woman has drugs in the back seat. Pull her over. Well. FBI's most wanted. You guys can't tell me when you're doing something in public, guys. You guys cannot say those words to me. You know I'm going to take advantage of every situation I can. Girl, can this person knock it off? Oh my God. Like, enough. Enough out of you. Girl, I fucking hate this game. I swear, I hate it. I hate it. Like, how did she not die? Quite literally, how did she not die? I can't. You broke my heart in two. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. I know. Hi, Moon the Grave. How are you? One second. I just sent a message out. Okay, face card. What? They kicked me out because I was too beautiful. Other games like Marvel Rivals, Nolan, I want to do more of those things eventually, but things have been down a little bit, so we're kind of just waiting to boost back up a little. Hi, Moon the Grave. Hi, Smile. Yeah, new kitten. I love that. When things boost back up a little, we will for sure. Hi, Bryce Soar. Welcome in. I kind of got to lock in on one thing right now. One or two things. You broke my heart in two. Oh, I'm sorry, Green LA. Nice, Kenzie. Guys, we do have our Heart Me Goal. Don't forget the daily Heart Me's if you're on TikTok. Don't forget your daily Heart Me's. And then we also have on Purple our sub goal. We're very behind. But if we do catch up, we will do karaoke in a wig. Because I don't know, you guys convinced me. Monkey, monkey, monkey. Oh. Almost completed. Yeah, we're slaying. In a wig? Yeah, I said sure. Since you guys every day are asking for it. Or you can play around a Fortnite in the wig. Well, you guys will vote and pick. Hi, Divas. Hi, Mac. The only thing is I can barely hear when I wear that stupid ass wig. What time is it? I gotta lock in on the time too, because I do have to go to the pharmacy today. Yo, wall. The character with the wig in. I mean, listen, we still gotta hit it. We still gotta hit it. Jaqui. If you had to make a Fortnite skin, what would it be? I would do something probably fruity. Maybe a lemon skin. Maybe a lemon skin. Maybe a lemon skin. Wanted I but thank you for giving me a sub. Oh no, God blessed. Can a girl just have a moment of peace from the bush? Really? Already camping? It's been 5 fucking minutes, man. Girl, I just can't. Like, congrats. I don't know. I'm just over it. I'm like, this game is so, like, maybe this is why people don't want to watch this anymore, because it's so miserable all the time. Like, my God. Lemon orange, I know. So, like Yogi, Lemon says, yeah, felt like it's just like we just landed and they're bush camping immediately. Like, immediately. They're bush camping immediately. Like, not even 5 minutes into the game and they're bush camping already. I'm like, oh my God. You play creative on Fort mostly? I know. It's been insane. Had wretched. Yeah, they've been just a nightmare today. Just an absolute nightmare today. Bum, bum, bum. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at something on my thing here. Oh, it's insane. It's insane. Oh, hi, Simit Liz. How are you? It's quite literally insane. No, I haven't played. I know there's the new, what is it? The Star Wars one. I haven't played the Star Wars one yet. Guys, I'm going to stand. I'm going to stand up again. I got to do more standing when we're live. Kayla, I sometimes do. Yes, I do a lot often. I used to have a redeem for it, but I've been kind of enjoying like having one skin very specifically lately. Up, up, up. Oh. Broke my heart in two. And I missed the stream. Yeah. Are you live every day? Most days. Not every day, Alyssa, but most days. Saturdays are our day off, and Sundays are maybe becoming a day off for us. TBD. We might start doing evening streams again. I don't know. I feel like I kind of have to eventually. Bring them back a little bit. Catch you when I can. Yes, we're always on at like, hold on, let me lock in here. Girl, I can't hit with this gun! Oh my God, it's a bot too. Thank God. I was like, if I can't, I'm gonna lose it. Yeah, that's SG Bestie. Yes, Miss Glitches, yeah. Yeah, thank you for those who use the code. I appreciate that this recently. If you use the code this month, we did get paid for that code. Yes. Yesterday. But yeah, we're usually live around 1 p.m. EST on Purple, and then around 2 to 3-ish on TikTok. I want Empress. Well, thank you for using the code. It means a lot to me. Hi, Gabrielle. How are you? Yeah, we're trying to get more folks to use the code again too. We usually we earn like $185 from it, or like anywhere from $200 to $300 usually. This month last month we earned $20. So everybody took my code off, which is totally fine. Thank you, Just Our Dragon. I appreciate it. I also think there might they might have changed the thing with the stupid new changes that have been going on. I know. Yeah, you always have to check every 2 weeks to make sure. I always forget too, Mac. I always look at it, I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even use my code. I'm like, I'm so dumb. My favorite drop spot, actually, I do like going over by where Latte Landing used to be, like over here-ish. Over here-ish. I used to like there a lot. That's a especially Fortnite in the chat if you want the code. And Sarah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Wait, I'm trying to grab slices, not do that. Oh, really? Wait, how'd you get in? I wonder how you got in, Francisco. That's good to know. Has the truck? Yeah, it's pretty good. Did you really? Oh my gosh. I want to back out. Somebody's over there. I'm trying to. I don't have the weapons I need right now. I don't think I don't know. I'm gonna push this. I'm gonna lose. I play on PC now. Asha, and that's what I've been saying. Girl, I'm dead. Fuck this. I don't even know why I tried. Why did I try? I don't even know why I tried to push that. I don't even know why I tried. Guys, I might be done for the day. I might be done for the day. I think I'm gonna call it quits. I'm done with Fortnite for the day. Have you played Overwatch at all? Yes. A long time ago I did. Honestly, at this point, I'm like, girl, crazy. I'll do like one more, two more. We'll see how it goes. We'll do one or two more. I'm just like tired because the stream is flopped on TikTok. I can't figure out what the problem is. I don't know why it's being so dumb. They should have a bathing suit skin. Unfortunately, it's a children's game, but Marvel Rivals does. Just annoying shit. Flopped. Yeah, we're having like so many people are having issues even just seeing my live on TikTok right now. Because of sweat, so I feel. Yeah. Would you ever stream it again? Probably not. Maybe. Yeah, similar. I mean, that's low for us with Fortnite. I won't lie to you. Ryan, thank you for the follow. Maybe do I have? Oh, I'm glad, Floppy Noodle Dog. That's good. Sorry, I'm looking at something on my phone. Oh, I had 3 subscriptions come out that I don't want to pay for this month. Yeah, especially for Fortnite. Hi, Sarah. How are you? It's okay. It's totally fine. I just don't know what's been going on with it lately. It doesn't. I mean, it's fine. It's totally fine. I just don't know what's going on. I wish I would know what's going on. Is Liver on your username? Wait, really? Wait, can you, Similis, will you, like on a video? Oh, will you be willing to like go back out and see if it shows you for that? And if it doesn't, will you screenshot it and send it to me? The mods of the guessing game, it should come up in a few. Hi, Lemon Squeeze. Because TikTok has been asking me to send these reports in. So I'm trying to send everything in as much as I can so that they have all the reports. So I have all the reports. And thank you, Francisco. I got those messages. I sent them to TikTok. TikTok's been really, yeah, it's been weird. It's been funky. Hard into. Ryan, thank you for that follow, by the way. I'm doing good, Misha. How are you? Good morning. When I click through from it, but initially, okay. Yeah, if you see it again where it doesn't show like on my video that it shows anything that would normally be like Zessie's live and it doesn't show it. I know, Green Bean. I'm trying to gather it for them because they keep asking. If you guys could send screenshots of it, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. So I'm trying to get it over to I'm actively sending stuff over to TikTok. When we're going to, I have to go to Wegmans to pick up my prescription here after stream. Monkey, monkey, monkey. Oh my god, we've been live for 4.5 hours. Why do I feel like I've only been live for like 2 hours? We've been live for 4.5. Bum, bum. I'm going over this way. It's true, Great Dabber. But yeah, I might start doing even just like a couple hours later. Like maybe we do like, I don't know, 3 p.m. to like to 8. Maybe. You know? Kicked out of Hooters? Now, girl. Rather than 1 to 6 or whatever. No worries. Thank you, Francisco, so much for helping with that too, by the way. Thank you, Reader. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just testing out some new things, trying to figure things out a little bit. Monkey, monkey, monkey. Oh my god, who is over here already? Gone fishing 15. A bot over there. I'm trusting. Me too. Me freaking too. Afro, thank you for the hat and mustache. Wait, I missed that. I'm so sorry, Batty. And Rob, thank you for the gifties too. Afro, it's just for TikTok right now. Well, we got the one for TikTok. We have Purple's goal too. We have the sub goal on Purple. Ah, I was paying attention. Meow. Do you want the stream? Yes. Yar har har. Slay. Hi, Jazz. How are you? Afro, thank you for the giver taters. Somebody's coming up here. I saw somebody over that way. I saw somebody over that way. I think he's behind. Oh, there's one over there. Wait, there's one over there. Hi, Racket. Like, we'll do it here in a sec. Are you a New Girl fan? I am. I mean, I haven't watched all the. Oh, wait. Girl, can I hit my shots today, please? I feel like sometimes with the double, I cannot hit my shots the way I want to. Like, I feel like sometimes I just do not hit my shots with this gun compared to other ones. You know what I mean? You need the intro? I'll play this intro for you.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zefty.
don't call, just text me, bitch.
Everything for the roses and the gamer cheers. Thank you.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
Well, yes. You know she's bald. Broke my heart in two. For musical, yes. It is from The Drowsy Chaperone. It's stuck in my brain right now. I've been good, Xander. How about you? Hi, Grace. Who do I have? Xenobotanist 27. That's what you were in? Really? Oh my god. Don't mind me. I appreciate you, Afro. Thank you so much. Hi, little ducky. How are you? Where is this person? Oh, bot. Hi, NJL. Welcome in. Oh, I hear him. The bot is nearby, guys. Wait. Oh, my God. Somebody got it. Oh, shit. Okay. Hi, Kat. Welcome in. Afro, thank you for the loving tacos. Gangster, did you really agree with me? Wait, that's so funny. I'm tired too today. Not too bad, though. Not too bad, though. We're living and grooving. Let's see what's going over here. Girl, like, I feel like I'm shooting. You see, I'm like, feel like I'm shooting blanks with this shotgun half the time. I don't know. I always feel like I'm shooting blanks with it. Every time. I was like, okay. Everything for the slow motion. My heart into. Or just like not hitting shots with it at all for me. Mel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh my God. My fingers cramped up. Ow! What's your go-to shotty? I mean, I don't really know, Sarah. I'm kind of torn on this season. Peyton, thank you for the follow. I think it really depends for me. I think it really depends. And it's Devil Dan Junie. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. I played a Man in Chair, for those who are curious, by the way. My senior year of college in that show. Yeah, actually, I do like the Super Shredder a lot. I forgot about that one, yeah. I would say Super Shredder right now for me. I feel like the drop rate's not very high on that one, though. I feel like the drop rate's not very high on that one, though. Okay. Hold on, guys. I got a message I gotta send real quick. Okay. Thank you. Carry the twins because I missed a lot of the shots of Freak Out. Yeah. Can you show us one of your top 5 favorite skins? I mean, this was my favorite ones. This is one of my favorite ones. Thank you, H-Rep, for the follow. I appreciate it. Where are they? Shit. Fuck. Oh my God. Every third party are under the fucking sun, bro. Guys, I cannot take this game anymore. I cannot. Fourth partied. Fourth partied. Like, it's actually misery. It's literally misery. This game is misery. Like, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. It's like crazy. Okay, one second, guys. I have to send a quick message real quick. I was like, literally, it's like I tried to move and I can't even, and you can't even like, and you have to just run or camp. You have to run or camp the whole time. Okay. I stopped playing because I was making me like actually so frustrated. Isn't it crazy? Hi, Strawberry. How are you? Hi, Adolfo. I'm walking here. I'm just like, Okay, girl. Okay, Miss Squirrel. Yeah, she's crazy lately. I'm like, hi, Fleetwood. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. I do hope you guys are doing good. I got enough V-Bucks for the battle pass for next season's battle pass. I'm done now. Yeah. What does third party mean? So third party is when, so say I'm fighting you, Sue. Like say you and I are like fighting each other. And Mana is waiting till one of us finishes the fight to come in and take one of us out. Because we haven't healed up and we're super, super low. So that's basically what a third party is. So it's like, it's normally a fine strategy and people do it all the time. But this season, very specifically, it's like not even third parties anymore. It's fourth and fifth parties. Like you literally are just like third party. And it's like the moment they see a gunshot anywhere in your vicinity, it's like hawks onto you. It's crazy. Oh, it's always still fun. It's awful. I'm just about to get mad with the yeah, everybody right. Everyone, thank you for the rose. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the love. So that's usually what third partying means, and usually it's fine. But also part of the issue this season is you will have campers. I don't know why this season. I mean, there's always campers in the game, but this season very specifically. When we sing again, if we had our goal, we will today. Oh, Kathleen, I know, right? Wouldn't that be slay? This season, very specifically, there are more campers than I have ever experienced in Fortnite. In all of my time playing Fortnite. Like this season, very specifically, we've had the most campers. Rest of the stream. Honestly, Greeny, we're gonna be wrapping up shortly because I do have to go to. We'll play like one or two more, because I do have to go to the pharmacy, guys, before they close at 7. So we don't have too much longer of stream left, anyways. Thank you for your awesomes. Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow. Yep. We will. We will. I haven't played in a few weeks, but thanks for dealing with me for VR. You're welcome, Lucas. Yeah, the campers are crazy right now. Insane. Insane. Unfortunately, baddies, I don't think we're going to get the wig and karaoke day today. Unfortunate. No worries, Sue. In time, yeah. Sorry, Jaquing. You broke my heart in two. Unfortunately, loves. Sorry, I'm looking at something real quick on my phone. Okay. Oh, it's not even that. We wouldn't hit anyways. I mean, we're at end of stream anyways. We've been live for 5 hours, Jaquee. We are just too far away, I think, on purple. This was always the planned time to end. Hi, Caitlin. How are you? Oh, I will only. It's a today only thing because I don't want to bring that wig out again. It was a today only wig situation. Unless it's something crazy, we'll do it again. I was just feeling a good mood for it. Hi, it's good to see you though, Caitlin. And Afro, thank you for your awesomes. Let me try and let's see. Will you sleep? No, it's only 6 o'clock here. Only 6 p.m. here. Okay. 3. Trin, they blamed me for some nasty little shit. No, I'm kidding. I wasn't actually. I didn't even go to the Met Gala. Could you imagine? Bedtime soon. Ooh. Broke my heart in two. Nasty, sassy. It's true. Hello. Hello. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. I'm sure you're gonna, yeah, easy cushy cakes. I got that just sitting in the bank, you know. Hi, Elena. How are you? Elena, how are you? Oh, hi, Louise. Who's Alpha 8? Honestly, I think Emma Chamberlain's was probably the best one, in my opinion. Probably one of the best ones, I think. Out of all of them, I think that was probably one of the best. How long have you third parties and just did it? Well, those were bots. Those were bots. Also, third partying isn't the it's the camping into third partying, into fourth partying, into fifth partying, into sixth partying, into seventh partying. I was expecting more color too. Is my rival up here? Okay, there's bots fighting over there. When gunshot is going on like this for this long, guys, this is how these are bots. Hi, Cece, how are you? Tux Crossing, thank you for the heart me. Usually that means there are bots because of the fact. What's the for? I mean, me too most of the time. See, watch. I'm gonna get third partied here probably. Yup. And now he runs. I'm out of ammo though. I can't engage any more fights here. And then he runs. I have no ammo, so I'm running. I have no ammo. I'm doing good. I'm doing all right, CC. Doing okay. I'm doing okay. We're doing all right. We do have just a little bit longer, guys, to hit our goals. We have not hit our goals on both platforms, I think, in 2 weeks now. No, we did last week on like maybe Wednesday, I think. I always break these even though no one's here. Anytime. Angel, thank you for the heart me. Two. My God, I need shotgun ammo. Girl, please. Any shotgun ammo? Hi, Alexis, how are you? Yep, yeah, Jaqui, yeah. It's just a sub goal on purple. Just a sub goal on purple. Hi, Bree, how are you? Monkey. Oh my God. Take these instead. Flip that around. Afro, thank you for the game controller. I appreciate you. Take that. I swear, I feel like I'm not getting any shotgun ammo. I'm like, hello? I'm like, what's going on here? I'm like, what's happening up in here? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Help a girl out for, I know. They've been okay, Bree. They've been all right. They've been all right. 4, great. Thank you so much for 4 ammo. Hold on, baddies. Sorry, I just sent a quick thing out. I got a message. Ah, okay, there we go. Just 4 ammo. No, I have 8. No, I have 8, Trin. No, I got 8. Now I got 8. Yeah, I cannot find any. Yeah, literally, I'm like, what is going on right now? Let's go over here. That was not a bot. That was not a bot. Slay gifters. Yes, thank you for the gifties, guys. I appreciate it. And I couldn't find any. Oh, no. It's like I still... Well, now I have 40. Thank God. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hello? I was going to trade this out. Where are there bots in Fortnite? Usually just to fill out the amount. Okay, we got some. Finally, we got some. I feel like it took long enough. We got some. I'm good now. I know. I got some. I know. I'm good, guys. I got it. I'm all right. I know. I see it, y'all. I see it. I know. Trust me. Can you believe that? I know. I got it. I promise. I promise, baddies. I promise. Toledo surprise. Afro, thank you for the sing together as well. Afro, thank you for all these gifties. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Sam. How are you? I'm actually curious if people just like aren't enjoying our fort content anymore too. That might also be it, because I feel like our what do you call it? Our Tomodachi Life content does so well too. I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired today. Into. Do I see? I do, Emily. Yeah. Toledo surprise. K Smitty with the galaxy. Asher's, thank you. Yeah, I agree, Mac, for sure. I am playing off stream. I haven't played off stream in a while. I haven't played Pokemon off stream in a while. Not because I don't want to. I just haven't had the cozy game interest, I guess, for it a little bit. Guys, thank you. We hit the goal today on TikTok. Thank you so much. We just have purple, but thank you guys. I appreciate you. I started during the pandemic because I was very lonely and bored, CC, so I wanted to do something. And so I just started streaming for fun during the pandemic. Just for funsies. And so that's what I did. Heart of a fighter, baby. I saw the stuff about that too. Did you ever think of turning your full-time job? Yes, I always did. Girl, I just don't like, okay. Thanks, guys. I'm done. Well, baddies, I do think that's where I'm going to wrap for today because I cannot anymore with this game. It's just same thing after another. I swear to God. Oh, I'm glad, Casey. That means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. I just feel like you cannot anymore. So I think, baddies, that's where we're going to wrap for the evening. I want to thank you all so much for being here. I love you guys. Thank you for hitting the goal on TikTok. We did not hit it on purple, so there is no karaoke today. But maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. And thank you guys for those who are here and choose to be here and be a part of the community. I appreciate you all so much. I thank you for just choosing to spend time with me and be a part of things. It means a lot to me. And we'll be back tomorrow with more. I do think we're going to start doing later streams. I think I'm going to have to. I got to start brainstorming it a little bit, but we will, I'll put my noggin on that. I'll think on it some. Okay. I love you guys a lot. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being wonderful. Please take care of yourselves, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm ending the TikTok live here. Bye, baddies. Bye, baddies. See you tomorrow. Mwah. Bye, TikTok. All right, let's end on Twitch, y'all. Thank you again for the love. Again, we didn't hit the goals, but we are going to raid on out. Let's see who we have. Let's see who we've got. So we're going to go to Will Jinkies for today. I think this should be easy enough for me right now. Bye, baddies. I love you. You all are amazing. You're fabulous. You're beautiful. I'm really tired. I'm ready to go rest for a little bit. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves. Click in to join the raid. Lots of love. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure to click to join the raid, baddies, at the top. Okay? I love you lots. Bye. See you tomorrow. Mwah. You're the best. Boy.